Are we ready? Okay, we are going to begin the Board of Supervisors meeting for January 21st. And we will have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Joe Cox.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So pick up. Okay. We have a few presentations. The first presentation is to recognize our Director of Transportation, Panos Kokos, for his selection as the County Engineer Association of California Engineer of the Year for 2024.
Thank you, Chair. Come on up here, Panos. So I wanted to recognize Panos formally in front of the board. He tried to just kind of put the plaque up in his office and not make a big deal out of it locally. I know at the California or the County Engineers Association of California, their annual event that they just had, it was a big deal, as it should have been. There was a very nice newsletter that was published. But I wanted to take some of that and bring it back locally. So, you know, the citizens of our county and the board members can understand, you know, what this really means. Panos has done a lot for our local community. Now, Panos will be the first one to tell you that he does not do this alone. This is an entire DOT effort. He's got a small DOT staff. Some of them are here today. But, you know, this is a whole DOT effort. And what they do with a very small staff is pretty incredible. You know the square footage of our county. You know the mileage of our county. You know the amount of storms that we've had roll through here and the kind and amount of storm damage that we have. And I think it is just very incredible as far as what we do, the level of service that is provided. I know there's lots of complaints out there. I know it's not how it was done in the 70s and 80s when we had 100 people in the road department. I get that. But for the size of the department that we have now, I believe they do an incredible job. And I'm very grateful for that. And I just want to say thank you to Panos and the entire staff for what they do. But Panos was the president of the association this last year. So what does that mean? One, you get small rural county representation at a statewide stage and a national stage at some points of time. You know, Panos was able to sit, no kidding, side by side, the Caltrans director, you know, not just a regional director or a local, you know, individual, which are all good, but it's different when you're sitting side by side the Caltrans director and you're talking about challenges of rural counties. You know, organizations, you know, such as FEMA that we deal with all the time. And sometimes that's a four-letter word in a good sense. Sometimes it's not. So Panos is working with them all too often. But I just wanted to make sure that, you know, Panos was recognized locally, publicly, in front of the board for his accomplishments and his selection as the 2024 County Engineers Association of California Engineer of the Year. And that is a big deal. And we should appropriately recognize that. So congratulations, Panos, and thank you for letting me embarrass you a little bit and make you uncomfortable up here. I know this is not your favorite area for the public spotlight on you, but it's really about you. And I know that you would say, based upon our numerous conversations, it's not just about you, it's about the entire team. So thank you. Now you can hang this up on your wall, and I won't give you a hard time every time I come in there and say, when are we going to get to recognize you? But I appreciate everything that you do, and I also appreciate the staff that's sitting back here for everything that you guys do on a daily basis, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Doesn't matter when the storms come in, the snow doesn't care when it actually happens, and the crews need to be out there, and then Andy and the crews go in afterwards and assess all the damage and try to get the efforts going. But for everybody's knowledge, we have over 100 significant projects due to storms that need to be done. And due to his efforts, Ruth Xenia Road happened, in a very fast amount of time. Now, is it totally fixed? No, it's not, but it's traversable, it's usable. And people aren't having to drive multiple miles around to make something happen from an emergency response and from a school bus and from the logging trucks and all that kind of stuff. So those type of efforts is a direct result of Panos. If he hadn't been driving that project would not have happened. And we have lots more like that, and we're working on those. But that's the leadership that Panos brings to the county. So thank you. Would you like to say any words to the group?
Oh, thank you so much. And like I said, when I received the award last month, that I was surprised, honored, and humbled all at the same time. I'm the same way now. Thank you so much for the recognition. I appreciate it. It takes a village to make a town, a lot of people. So it is not my effort, it's the efforts of the other people who do the work. I just happen to have a certain function and I got the recognition. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm very fortunate to work for a great CAO, equally great board, and of course, an exceptional team at DOT. I have not seen anybody as dedicated and cooperative as they are. It is a breath of air, fresh air to work with them. They're the best team available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board, if I could ask first a picture over here, and then the DOT folks that are here, if you're willing to be in a picture, come on up. You hold that right in the middle.
Congratulations.
Not by any.
No, you got that.
Okay, I'll be the buffer.
Yeah, go ahead.
You want to, yes, please.
Promise nobody else.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Second on the list is Health and Human Services, adopt a proclamation which recognizes January 2025 as Human Trafficking Prevention Month. We do have a proclamation here that we would like to hand out. And if Liz would like to come forward.
Chair, can you read that first? Read it into the record, and then we'll present it.
All right. Whereas human trafficking is a public health issue and crime that harms the health and well-being of individuals, families, and communities, often across generations. Whereas nearly 25 years after passing of the Trafficking Victims Proclamation Act, an estimated 27.6 million people are subject to human trafficking globally, with cases reporting in every U.S. state and territory. Whereas human trafficking can happen to anyone, but certain populations are at greater risk, including people affected by abuse, violence, poverty, unstable living conditions, or social disconnection. Whereas human trafficking is connected to many other forms of violence and exploitation and often shares common risks and protective factors, such as lack of resources and unsafe environments. Whereas connecting the dots, strengthening communities, preventing trafficking, underscores the need to understand how human trafficking relates to other forms of violence and how we can prevent it by strengthening productive factors at the individual, relationship, community, and social levels. Whereas strengthening community requires collective action to reduce the conditions that contribute to exploitation, builds resilience, and creates environments where people are protected from human trafficking and other forms of violence. Whereas Trinity County is committed to ensuring that those impacted by human trafficking receive services that are trauma-informed and responsive to their individual needs. Whereas a successful response to human trafficking requires a coordinated community-wide effort to include collaboration across sectors and with those who have experienced human trafficking firsthand to ensure that services and programs are effective and meet the needs of all survivors. Whereas every individual, family, community, and organization can help raise awareness, prevent trafficking, support survivors by learning how to take action at government and end trafficking. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of Trinity County do hereby proclaim the month of January 2025 as National Human Trafficking Prevention Month, reaffirming our commitment to connecting the dots, strengthening community, preventing trafficking. By increasing awareness, improving education on human trafficking, and making resources available for individuals and communities impacted by human trafficking, and building diverse public-private partnership to support a more coordinated, comprehensive response to prevent and combat human trafficking. Duly passed and adopted this 21st day of January 2025 by the Board of Supervisors of Trinity County.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Liz Hamilton, Director of Health and Human Services. I'd like to introduce you to our child welfare leadership team. In the audience, we have Angela Berglund, our program manager, and Amara Robles, one of two supervisors. And then with me right here, Ashley Johnson, supervisor, and she leads at the helm of all of our human trafficking and coordinating with our law enforcement partners and nonprofits. And so she's prepared some information to share with you. And so thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Gogan and members of the board. Thank you for taking the time to address this important issue that impacts youth in our community, our state, and our country. This issue is especially close to our hearts in child welfare and regularly impacts the youth that we work with. Between November 23rd of 2023 and March 24th of 2024, 452 dependent children were reported missing from care in the state of California. 370 of those children were dependents of the court through child welfare, and 82 were on wardship probation. Statistics show that 1 out of every 6 children that go missing from care are trafficked, which means that more than 75 dependent children in our state would become victims of human trafficking in a 4-month time span. While children in out-of-home care are especially vulnerable, this is a danger that could be faced by any child at any time. With technology and the internet becoming increasingly accessible to children, all youth in our community are at risk of meeting dangerous individuals on popular applications such as Snapchat and Instagram that lie about their identity, obtain the trust of children, and use it to exploit them. There have been cases within the borders of our county where children have been victims of sexual or labor trafficking and exploitation. This is an issue that we all need to be aware of, And the more community awareness we raise, the more prepared the children in our community will be to recognize the dangerous signs of exploitation and seek safety when faced with those dangers. Trinity County Child Welfare Services is dedicated to acknowledging and addressing the danger of child trafficking and exploitation. We are working with our community partners to put our own prevention activities through the community and to share information on how to recognize the signs. We are dedicated to a swift and trauma-informed response to credible reports of human trafficking in our county. For our vulnerable youth in out-of-home care, we are conducting screenings on a regular basis to assess risk of victimization, and we are delivering direct services to those children from a harm reduction framework by a social worker that has received advanced training in working with this population. For youth that have been identified as victims of trafficking, we have a multidisciplinary county response designed to wrap around the youth to assist and empower them in reaching their goals and getting their needs met in a healthy environment while providing them services to assist them in achieving safety. The issue of human trafficking is not something that will resolve in our lifetime, but we are committed to making sure that our children do not slip through the cracks. While this is not an easy conversation to have, I appreciate you taking the time to bring awareness to human trafficking in this forum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall we?
Do we need to vote? Don't we need to vote?
Need a vote.
I make a motion to approve the proclamation as presented.
I will second.
May I make a comment? Do we have time for that? I just would like to say thank you so much for the efforts that you are putting forward. I know that this line of work takes its toll on the folks who are providing, because you look into the eyes and the faces of the children that you are serving. And oftentimes the care they need is outside of your scope of delivery because they just need a hug and a safe place to live every day. So thank you for giving of yourselves, of your heart and your emotions to the children of our community. I just want to say quickly, I've had the opportunity to go to countries in the world where when young women come of age, they're sold or traded. And you look into their little faces knowing that that time of life is only a few years away, and knowing that there is nothing in their future but that. And that is something that I do not want to have happen in the United States of America. So we need to train to be a threat against anybody who does this to our children. And we need to join forces, lock shields, and advance against a community that would take advantage of our children. It's not acceptable, and it should not be happening. And so thank you for all the work that you do, because it's one thing to be a warrior, but it's one other thing to be a warrior with a heart. And so I know you have to be both. So thank you for that.
Rick, hold on, let me call.
Oh, we didn't do that yet. I'm sorry.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Litweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield. Aye. Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye. Today's a picture taken.
Distracting me with those moving words.
Your bookings. Right? And you always rocks.
Okay, we now have a presentation regarding the Hayfork Chamber of Commerce Cannabis Tourism Strategy.
Hi,
Dana, how are you?
thank you, Chair Gogan and Board. Dana Hauser from Hayfork, here today representing the Hayfork Chamber of Commerce. Quick introduction. for the next presentation, Brian Applegarth from Applegarth Strategies will be sharing the Hayfork Chamber of Commerce new tourism development brand. And then he will share our long-term strategy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, can everybody hear me and see me?
We can't see you, but we can hear
Yes,
you.
we can't see you though. Are we supposed to be seeing him?
Yeah.
Right.
We are not.
Am I expected to share screen and provide this presentation, or do you have it printed in front of you?
We have it in our backup on our agenda. And
Okay.
that is all.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for the clarity. And thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. And thanks, Dana, for teeing this up and the introduction. My name is Brian Applegarth. As Dana mentioned, I'm a cannabis and hemp tourism subject matter expert who's been specialized in this field for about 10 years. I co-authored the first study on the cannabis travel audience in the US. And I'm really excited to share a bit more today about Hayfork and Trinity County in general. Just share some thoughts as well as some investments that the Chamber has made, all in the spirit of the opportunity that cannabis tourism represents today in a destination like California, with a very deep legacy, strong brain trust, a lot of intellectual capital, and Trinity County being part of this world-renowned Emerald Triangle region. So with that, I will jump into this presentation. The opening slide shows the Cannabis Trail logo, and basically I will.
Hey, Brian, I'm sorry,
Yes.
I'm just gonna interrupt for a second. I want to share, yes, we have the information
You do.
that we can look at, but
Great.
there's people in the audience and this recording is available to the public afterwards for years and forever. So
Mhm.
if you want people to see what you're talking about, then we should make those arrangements now. Otherwise, you can keep going. I just want to make sure you're aware.
If I share my screen, can you see this?
There you go.
Okay.
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for the confusion. So the Cannabis Trail is something I've been working on since 2015. It is a cultural travel trail. It is intended to be the third pillar alongside the Napa Wine Road and the California Cheese Trail that already serve as attractions to entice visitation and economic impact to Northern California. Now that cannabis is legal in the state and we have cannabis lounges, cafes, retail shops, as well as the capability to even vend entertainment tickets, the state of California is in a very mature place for a really interesting cannabis tourism strategy. And the Cannabis Trail is meant to be a cultural trail that celebrates how cannabis and hemp have been part of the history of California. Now, when it comes to the audience, there is a cannabis travel audience that I've been studying for 5 years in partnership with MMGY Travel Intelligence. And this audience accounts for approximately 70 million Americans today. There's strong representation from Gen Z millennials, and they travel 3.6 leisure trips per year. And an important data point about this travel audience, and again, this audience is an audience that chooses destinations to visit based on access to cannabis experiences as part of their vacation. But an interesting data point about this is 24% of this cannabis travel audience do not self-identify as cannabis consumers, but they love cultural travel. They love, visiting wine vineyards, but may not drink wine, right? Visiting the grape vineyards. Also, they have a connective dot where cannabis is seen as an enhancement tool for nature, food, and art experiences while in the destination, which shows the integration opportunity. And something that's very special that I want to point out too is this audience year over year is drawn to nature-based settings. And we all know how beautiful Trinity County is. As far as the audience segments, really the macro segments are the canna curious, the canna wellness, and the cannabis connoisseur. And this is a picture of the Cannabis Trail map that travels from Santa Cruz up to Trinity County. And there's 2 cultural landmarks that are being installed in Trinity County, which I'll get to in a minute. But Trinity County is a very important part of this trail because there's a lot of history, craft, and culture, and you're part of the world-renowned Emerald Triangle. Now, recently with Hayfork, my team and I helped create a experience brand, a travel brand, to help Hayfork become more of a destination that can entice visitation and talk about the brain trust and the craft and the skills of their community. Acknowledging Trinity County's positioning as adventure around every turn, and with several other considerations and creative sessions, we've created a brand, Adventure Grows in Hayfork, really telling the world what the Hayfork version of that adventure is, with cultivation and with cannabis and craft and genetics and things like this. So we're very excited. We think this is a really groundbreaking historical approach to tourism and travel. And I would even argue it's a little bit of a piece of history. It's the first destination experience brand that I've seen embrace the craft and culture of cannabis as one part of a greater strategy. When it comes to Trinity County, of the 25 landmarks along the Cannabis Trail, approximately, we have 2 of those that are going to exist in Trinity. One is going to be in Weaverville at Cali Love, and one is going to be at Northern Delights. And both of these cultural landmarks are meant to celebrate the culture and the craft of Trinity County in relationship to the cannabis and hemp industries. And being able to tell that story with authenticity in a brand-aligned way with the greater county, all to attract visitation, overnight stays, and economic impact from tourism, while uplifting the Trinity brand as a premium brand in the global cannabis conversation. Our hope is that through traveling the trail, visiting these landmarks, learning about the craft, that premium positioning continues to elevate as Trinity is part of the Emerald Triangle. And in its own right, Trinity has amazing talent, deep genetic banks, and amazing craft cultivators and alchemists that have been working with this plant for generations, passing down knowledge. The middle image is the landmark. It's a beautiful, large landmark that's really an art installment, and it's accompanied by signs with QR codes that tell you about the culture and the storytelling and the craft of the region. Also, before I moved on, there is data that shows that locations that have these cultural landmarks, you see a quantifiable uptick in interest from visitors and visitation, not just to these locations, but also obviously that represents county visitation as well. Over 20% typically increase. Okay, so a little bit about the Cannabis Trail to put this all within context. The trail is an attraction. It's a cultural trail as a third pillar alongside the Napa Wine Road and the Marin or the California Cheese Trail. And there's a cooperative marketing program that was established last year between 3 destinations that are along the trail. And this is an awareness effort to make the council aware of that this exists, and it's an invitation for further discussion if there is interest in being part of it. Obviously, the fact that there's 2 landmarks, there's representation, and we'd love to be able to uplift the Trinity story in general, using the Cannabis Trail as a storytelling platform and the landmarks. So what is the Cannabis Trail Cooperative Marketing Program? It's a marketing program for destination organizations, economic development, chambers of commerce. It comes in a few different forms, but basically it's to uplift and drive community vitality and increase spends from visitors in this cannabis tourism niche, targeting that cannabis travel audience of 70 to 72 million Americans that are active leisure travelers. It travels from Santa Cruz up to Arcata. It's grounded in data. Our foundational year, we basically invested across 9 different media and marketing strategies to uplift the trail and the landmarks of the destinations that invested in this foundational year of the program. And we're looking to expand that and invite in all the other destinations that have representation with cultural landmarks along the Cannabis Trail. The program today is a 3-year program, which kicks off fiscal year July 1. What it typically does is it has a shoulder season focus, right? So this is all about building shoulder season visitation. It also runs on seasonal campaigns. So within this program, there's 4 specific seasonal approaches of telling the story of the Cannabis Trail and the cultural landmarks and the greater region around it, the hotels, the arts and culture, the local cuisine, et cetera, et cetera. This photo shows the printed brochure. We distributed tens of thousands of those brochures in the state of California last year at different specific places, distribution points along the visitor economy or the tourist track, specifically in the drive markets, so people can find it, and then it would entice people to drive and book a trip to said destination, whether it's Sonoma County, Mendo, San Francisco, and or specifically the 3 destinations that were the founding destinations last year, which were Humboldt County, Mendocino County, and Visit Oakland were the 3. This is also a picture of the signage that accompanies the landmarks, which is that interactive QR code. Some of those take you to films or audio podcasts. Again, all cultural, part of California's cultural heritage. Here's a bit more of a close-up of the Cannabis Trail landmark, a little bit about the mixed media, mixed marketing approach. And here's some visuals that show some of the success of all this. We had a lot of mainstream pickup, and we had booth at event marketing strategies, digital marketing strategies. We put out a press release that had significant earned media. We create gamified applications where people can download an app and then travel and check in. And so we make it very interactive. We lean into technology to amplify this. And that's why you see that picture of a cell phone. We just launched a trip planner where people can book. Of course, we're going to be integrating hotels deeper and deeper, as well as the arts and culture and kind of the complementary activities that are cannabis connected, that data shows that the audience is connecting the dot. We also target demographics like the LGBTQ+, the dog-friendly traveler, depending on the destination and what their brand and audience profiles are. We tailor the content to be able to speak and align with that Trinity County layer, as well as that bespoke Hayfork brand layer in relationship to the 2 landmarks as visitable attractions and installments that support tourism. Here's a snapshot of an infographic of some of the performance from year 1. We had an estimated $480,000 of earned media, 476 press pickups, over 212 potential audience impressions, or excuse me, 447. A lot of emails, brochures. So it's a very mixed approach and multi-pronged approach for this. And we also have an amazing network of brands that represent this craft and this cultural legacy storytelling of California. And we're really excited to be working with Cali Love and Northern Delights as ambassadors and partners representing that Cannabis Trail storytelling. They've agreed to train their staff and make it part of that visitor experience to the region. And we'd love to just continue to deepen our relationships with the county to bring economic impact through visitation, as well as heads and beds. And most importantly, just community vitality, celebrating the skills and the brain trust that exists in Trinity and supporting that brand as a premium brand beyond California. My name is Brian Applegarth. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any. And thank you for the time today again.
Any questions?
Yeah, Brian, thank you. And thank you for your answers to my questions over the weekend. I usually do try to reach out in advance to let people know things that are on my mind. And I appreciate you sharing some additional information. My sense is, even though there isn't a specific ask here, I think the reason that Dana was trying to bring this to us is so that we as a board and the public in general could better understand what they are trying to partner with you on. And you described some financial, some numbers that might go with different levels of participation So can you spend a little bit of time explaining that?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, well, one thing I've learned in this journey is every destination is very different, right? So from the audience to the brand to what does success look like, there's a lot of moving parts and each destination is unique. So the way that it's been organically built is to really accommodate county by county what is the priority, and even arguably city by city. Like, for example, right now, there's a destination along the trail where we're talking, there's a chamber of commerce that wants to participate. That is the city within the greater county. So we're figuring out, what does that look like? So it's a living, breathing marketing program that at the end of the day is meant to continue emerging into this cultural attraction that celebrates craft as well, because those cannabis appellations are coming, just like wine AVAs. And that's going to be an amazing opportunity to elevate the California brand. And under that's going to be these brands like Trinity and the Emerald Triangle. Now, when you talk about the money associated with supporting or partnering or coming in on this co-op as a partner destination, it's kind of, it accommodates that. But typically the range is somewhere between 7,500 and 25,000 per year, depending on the size, the budget, the priorities, and that's even a very flexible range. And we like to get creative because at the end of the day, one of the ways we measure success is having everybody on the same page, rowing in the same direction, working together to be able to amplify California and position it in a really compelling way that can really lead the future here. So, but yeah, to answer your question specifically, that would be the range that I would say here today, but it really depends on the situation with the destination. And being this early in developing the program, only in year 2, and turning it into a 3-year program, which is what was recommended by the founding destinations as we move forward. That's why we pushed it to a fiscal year and turned it into a 3-year co-op. It's a very much a living, breathing thing, and having dedicated partners that are willing to invest energy and time is really important, as well as, of course, the money. You need that as well to help amplify and expand. But yeah.
Okay. And thank you again for the clarification on the timing, because I think when I was reading your materials and talking about the 3-year, that was why I was asking for, well, show us the impact that you've had over that 3 years. And I'm now, better understanding, you're moving towards a 3-year, but you've only been at it for even maybe less than a year. And so you haven't had a chance to do a lot of detailed measurement of impact. But you did share some data that when I was taking notes, I might have missed hearing you say it. But I believe there was something in there: for every $1 spent purchasing the cannabis products, $2.60 or 68 cents is spent in other businesses. Is it?
Yeah.
I'm trying to go from memory, so help me out with that.
Sure, I'm happy to. And I'll also say in this first year, we were doing the building blocks, and we're adding layers of hotels. It's continuing to mature with time, as anything does. The data point that you're pointing to is provided by Whitney Economics, and it was in 2022. So it's a little bit dated, but it was in a Forbes article, and Whitney Economics did some research that showed that for every $1, well, first off, this cannabis tourism opportunity at the national level for the US was a $17 billion opportunity, and that was 2 years ago. I would argue it's significantly higher now. And as far as the incremental spend that you're talking about, what that data point was for every tourist dollar spent in a cannabis shop, an additional $2.80 is injected into the local economy, whether that's restaurants, arts and culture, or other. So it's just made the case for this multiplier spend that is unique to a visitor presence in a community versus a resident who typically has more routines, is looking for price conscious flower that's low, it's more of a low price. A lot of those regular consumers look for low prices, whereas that visitor spend, the psychographics are really different in the way they approach the experience with cannabis shops. But that incremental spend is something that makes that visitor and that tourist unique for economic impact purposes, as well as, of course, heads and beds and overnight stays.
Thank you. I knew it was something like that, and I appreciate you providing some more basics.
I have a comment and a question, actually. So I'm envisioning something like a winery, right? So you'd have a cannabis farm. Is that correct? That they would be able to travel to, experience, stay,
Yep.
that type of thing? Is
Yeah,
that what you're
yeah,
what you're looking to
absolutely.
do? Yeah, I think there's an amazing opportunity to do that, to do it really well too. If you
Right.
look at all the wineries that we have, and what they attract, I think if it's done right and they're done nicely, I really think that there's an opportunity for you to reach a very sophisticated group of people and do this right. So I think, yeah, I think you've got something here.
I'd like to just tell you too that you're right from the data. I won't go into the weeds with it, but you're 100% right about the affluent opportunity. There's data that shows that niche. And these farm stays, that farm experience ranks very high when it comes to cannabis experiences. Another experience that ranks really high is the appetite for curated, right? Like tasting flights and things that are very much curated with education. And what better destination to tell those stories than the highly experienced multi-generational craft farmers and alchemists that live in Trinity County that have been doing this for generations.
Yeah. Thank you.
So Brian, I have a question. Of the 70 million Canada tourist people, is the West Coast kind of centric place for the cannabis trail? You see more people on the West Coast, particularly the Emerald Triangle.
You do, but you also see a high interest of traveling to visit California from the South. Atlanta, there's some of these other, they call them source markets, but they're fly markets instead of drive because they have to fly here. But you definitely have interest from other leisure travelers that want to come here and experience it. Something that I've seen in the market too, which isn't tied into the leisure travel audience data, but a lot of people want to come up for knowledge around two things: the industry, specifically cultivation, if they're going to Mendo, Humboldt, or Trinity, and specifically typically sun-grown, which is its own little niche craft, also genetics. And then this also, let's not forget that as this gets invested in by destinations, you're also priming the pump for, as cannabis expands as a medical travel trend. It's a very interesting travel trend because it really does exist in well-being and wellness, and it has one leg in leisure, one leg in medical. And right now and the data shows this too. So being able to think of those cannabis seeds that exist in Trinity as potential, each of those seeds has a different profile of therapeutic compounds, and the research and science is exponentially growing. So when you layer in the cannabis appellations of California that are intended to be established starting this year in the back half of 2025, you've got a recipe of puzzle pieces that can really power a strategy that drives quality of life and community vitality, workforce development, all the things that matter to a vibrant community and what their specialization is. And I think cannabis obviously there's a deep brain trust in Trinity with this.
What do you think drives the 24% I think you had here of non-cannabis type people?
It's the short answer is people like my parents. They love culture, and they will, if they can visit a coffee, like my mom and dad don't drink coffee, but they go to a coffee farm when they're in Kona or in Hawaii because they want to see the agricultural crop as it's grown in the ground and how it's processed, and it's part of American culture. And they love any kind of craft and culture, especially when it's tied into placemaking and terroir. And I think that, that is that 24% that skews different from a cannabis consumer. They're consuming life experiences that are educational and make you more aware of different, disciplines and crafts and passions in the world. And I believe that that's that 24% of people that love cultural travel, and if anything, they find beauty in difference and really want to understand different cultures and experience new and different things in life. So I believe that that's the main draw.
Thank you.
I said one last thing while you're looking there, Chair.
Mhm.
Brian, I wanted to ask, Adrian Keys had introduced us to something going on, the Legacy Cannabis Genetics, People and Their Plants, a community-driven study that's been going on and is focused somewhat in this area. Is that something also that you're looking to leverage? And if so, can you tell us how that timing of that fits in with what your plans are?
Right now, I'm a supporter and a fan. I have no formal involvement with that project at all, but I think it's outstanding and I'm a big fan of it. I went to the kickoff party in Berkeley. I stay very tuned in because I enjoy it, and I also realize that the content that's being developed through that program and through that initiative is directly interlinked to my day-to-day world of helping elevate California in the highest expression as a rich cannabis experience destination, including Trinity.
Okay. That's kind of what I was thinking, is that I participated just in the first session and
Yeah.
a listener, I didn't have anything to add to it, but that's where I felt like it was heading, is that was going to be, doing some important work, but also
Yep.
providing as an output some information that might be compelling to, if people are in fact wanting to travel on a cannabis focused tourism, this would help with that. And seems like the timing could be good. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah. And I think I just highlight the placemaking, right? Because what they're really going to get into with that, from my understanding, aside from the oral histories, is, this kind of sun-grown, like, how do we tell that California climate story and the California ag story and the Mediterranean climate story and all of that through this opportunity? And that comes down in tourism, in my world, down to placemaking. So, cannabis offers the whole state, in my mind, this opportunity. And I believe this initiative will help power that conversation, specifically in that tourism sandbox.
And Trinity County offers that emerald triangle, that niche, I think that you're looking for history here, if done right,
Yes.
is my emphasis, I think, if done right.
Mhm.
But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to echo if done right, there is a brand of California, right? So it's understanding the context of Trinity County within the brand of California, and then the landmarks as the third layer, and being able to tell that authentically. And the hope is that Trinity has these cannabis appellations that start expressing themselves, which just continue to mature that premium quality and craft narrative. So I just want to reflect back to you. I hear you loud and clear, and I agree with you. It needs to be the highest and best expression today, data-driven and measured, to meet the moment that we have in front of us. And I'm very excited for Trinity. I just think there's so much opportunity with this, with cannabis tourism and this burgeoning industry.
Any idea of the average age of range, 29 to 34, something like that?
Yeah, I mean, as far as the key demographic of the cannabis tourism audience. Yeah. Typically you're looking at something between mid 30s to mid 40s is kind of where I recommend. It gets very nuanced between the different segmentation, right? So the kind of curious, wellness, and connoisseur, it definitely, there's specific nuances to each of those segments, and how that audience data can inform destination strategy. And when I say destination strategy, I mean, yes, tourism strategy and brand stewardship and marketing and promotion and things like that. But also, I think it can really help inform destination development, specifically destination development related to enabling quality cannabis experiences in your destination that are on brand and in tourist centers. I see some of these clients I had that put all the cannabis shops out in these industrial districts, and there's no safe access in the tourist center. So I think I just want to bring that case study up because I think it's an opportunity to really think of it in terms of destination stewardship, destination development, down to how are we enabling and licensing and permitting the curation and the access to really safe and meaningful modern day California cannabis experiences as a craft cultivation region. And And, having that complementing these landmarks and these cultural storytelling outposts, I believe it's a full puzzle. They all have to work together to be effective.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that that age range is 30 to 40 because we do have a lot of outdoor activities here that I'll say younger than I group would use: hiking, swimming, boating, fishing.
Yep.
So that age group fits very well into Trinity County. Anybody else? Joe? Anyone?
Thank you.
Brian, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you for the time. Everyone have a good day. Appreciate it.
You too. Ready to go? Okay, we're going to move into public comment. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address, name, record, and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent board agenda. So do we have any public comment in the room?
Ben?
We can't hear you, Ben.
I'm sorry, Rick. How about that?
Yep.
A couple of months ago, the board voted that the dance center in town on Nugget Lane was a youth center. Although I and many others didn't agree with this interpretation, a couple questions popped into my head afterwards. As we all are aware, the smoke shop next door sells CBD products. I've been told that the bowling alley is being revived, as well as there's a gymnastics center going in down the street. Since we have an ordinance that states a cannabis business cannot be within 600 feet of a youth center, does that mean that the smoke shop must close down and move someplace else? Or does it mean that these businesses can no longer open in these locations because the gymnastics center appears to be a youth center? I'm not sure the bowling alley would be considered a youth center because it has a liquor license previously. This would stymie economic development. On another note, I'm pleased that the Hayfork Chamber wishes to do their part in attempting to expand economic development within Trinity County. I hope the other chambers within the county, such as Weaverville and Trinity, will follow suit with their own plan or consolidate around the Hayfork plan so that our quote unquote scarlet letter of being the poorest county in California can soon go away and create a diverse economy within Trinity County. I only hope that one of the things that our new president does is make cannabis legal federally so that there's one less excuse or roadblock for local governments to put up. We're never going to increase our economy by cutting or constricting. As the saying goes, you need to spend money to make money. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
No.
Okay, we will go into reports and announcements, and we will start with department heads.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry.
I did chat that I had public comment. I wasn't called on. This is Dan Frazier, Hettenshaw. So I would like to take my time to report out on the Calusa Glen Trinity Community Action Partnership meeting that I attended on the 16th in Reading. Because no supervisors were there to report out. My position having not been filled and Heidi being absent. At that meeting, the Trinity County group met. We renewed Sherry White as our local chairperson. I was seated as the Trinity County representative for, I can't remember the title now, representing private enterprise. And at that board meeting, we selected new officers. I was seated as the chairman of the CGT CAP board. Reverend Phil Zabel of Calusa, I believe, was seated as the vice chair, and our outgoing chair, Jason McMullen, is now the secretary of that board. So I figured since I was there, I would try to give a brief report out and also remind whatever supervisors are appointed to that board that starting this year, it will be quarterly. There'll only be 4 meetings rather than the 6 that has been for the past 4 years. And that the next board meeting being in mid-April, Form 700s will be due before you attend the first board meeting. So you'll have to, hopefully we'll have a reminder from Brenda Wilson or from Bobby Nygaard, but make sure that you get your Form 700 in on time. And I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, reports from County Administrative Officer.
Department heads,
Do we have any other? No.
any department heads?
CEO Tuthill.
Thank you, Chair. A couple items for board awareness. We were recently notified that we will be in receipt of a $65,000 grant for the local early action planning, the LEAP program through the Housing and Community Development. So HCD. This is directly used to pay for a portion of our housing element update. So this money will go into our basically our general plan account. So we were able to get in right on the tail end of that grant, and $65,000 was the cap, the most we could get reimbursed for that. So that is good that we were able to submit and receive that money. On the secure rural schools topic, I would anticipate that a lot of the board members, if not all, and a number of community members has seen the interview with Jamie Green. Just wanted to make sure everybody knows that he and I have been coordinating, and his statements in there are accurate. He made some statements about the impact to the roads department and potential layoffs. We're not looking at potential layoffs as of right now. And we are confident that we can do other work with other types of funding. But if the secure rural schools funding does not come, we will be in a position that our road crews will have to do alternative type of work efforts. So there will be some adjustments that would be needed there. Some have asked as far as, well, what's the county doing to support this? Well, the county, through every type of organization, whether that's RCRC, CSAC, NACO, direct county staff, all have been supportive of this and working with various congressional folks. I have worked with Congressman Huffman's office and his senior staffers. As late as last Friday, we were exchanging information, and this topic is very well supported by our local federally elected officials, as it is a bipartisan supported effort. So I'm hopeful that the 119th Congress will get this passed. but, it is not yet. I'm hopeful by when the federal current continuing resolution hopefully will get resolved and we'll actually get a funding bill for the federal fiscal year 2025, that this funding will be included in some form or fashion, and they'll find some bill to attach it to. But if you get an opportunity to, we are always able to provide input and comments to our local or to our federally elected members' offices. And if anyone chooses to do that, it's all done online. I would recommend not as much asking them to support the topic because, like I said earlier, it's a bipartisan supported topic, but ask them to find the appropriate governance mechanism to attach this bill to so we can actually see the funding. We do have a little bit of runway here. March is the next deadline, and then May would be kind of the real significant one. So we're working that just for everybody's awareness. I will hold my comments on the encampment ad hoc based upon, I can add if Chair Gogan desires there. And then I have one quality of service award to recognize from our clerk recorder's office, Lisa. And, this is not the first one. So I just like to recognize her and the whole area or the whole department for the support that they provide to the public. And the specific comments are very nice, very helpful with a big smiley face. So that's always a good way to start off. And that was received on January 8th, 2025. That's all I've got right now. Thank you.
Yeah, that wasn't the first one. That was like her 8th one. So she must be doing a great job down there. Congratulations to her for getting people to actually do that. You got to go above and beyond to get that filled out. So thank you to her. We will start out with members of the Board of Supervisors. We'll start, Julia, with you.
Okay, so me being new, I'm setting up town halls for the last Thursday of every month in Ruth at the community hall from 5 o'clock until whenever it ends to discuss the meetings that we've had for the months. And I'm trying to secure an office at the school to be available once a month for people to come in and let me know what they want to do and what needs to be done and how we're doing and all of that. I think I'm going to be on a few committees here coming up. So I really look forward to being involved in those and maybe adding a couple in the future and getting some agenda items going for our part of the world and the county here in District 5. So thank you. Yep, that's it.
Did you mention where your town hall will be at?
It's going to be at the community hall in Ruth in Mad River. And then I'm going to have one in Xenia and Ken Pump, but that's not set up yet. We're not quite sure. We can't hurt enough people yet to get to a specific date. So we're working on the date in Xenia and Ken Pump, and Post Mountain, I'm in constant communication. So thank you.
Jill?
Out of county travel would include my trip to Sacramento for the RCRC board meeting, and on the way home routed through Chico to attend the economic forecasting conference. And so just as a note to the public, we are to only send one supervisor to each of our events because of limited funding. And you'll hear that Supervisor Lutweiler also was at that event. But I did the math and I spent exactly 0.9 extra miles in order to go there. At RCRC, I did raise under member county concerns, the insurance survey that we talked about at our last board meeting. So that has, through our clerk, been distributed to all of 40 of our member counties. And I have asked for the ability to communicate with each of those to kind of help bolster, motivate, and get some feedback on whether or not they're actually utilizing that platform. I did communicate as well our concerns over our homelessness situation, the fact that we have our ad hoc underway, and 3 member counties communicated with me before I even left, which is impressive because it's a long day and folks are anxious to get out, that they would share with us the ordinances that are helping their efforts in their counties. So that's good information for us to utilize and at least review for consideration. The Economic Forecasting Conference, I was pleased to be invited by Superior California Economic Development Executive Director to attend at their table and appreciate that. Dr. Robert Eiler again provided his very in-depth review of the events of recent years with an eye to the future and provided follow-up notes specific to Trinity County, which is helpful and appreciated. He did offer to do a presentation for us directly if needed. And I suggested that that might be an opportunity for the new Tourism Development Advisory Board to perhaps reach out, something that may be of benefit to that group once formed and established. On the 13th, Supervisor Lutweiler attended the fire chief's meeting for me in my absence, so I will let him report out on that and appreciate his availability to fill when I couldn't be here. And then on the 15th, PSA2 staff signed the contractual agreement with the Roderick Hay Fork Senior Center. So they now have what is needed to move forward with funding the program through June 30th of this year, provided that compliance with all program and fiscal requirements are maintained. I have every confidence that they will be, and am pleased that we've put those difficulties now to the past and moving forward there. That is the end of my report.
Great. I'll go next. How about, that's great news about the Roderick Center. That was, I had a lot of calls on that, and I'm glad that that got resolved. That's a big thing for them over there. Myself and CEO Tuthill visited the Hoopa Tribal office of last week to discuss some of our common goals we have in the water situations in Trinity County and the upcoming consultations that we're going to need to be involved with. And in that meeting, we also met with District 5 Supervisor from Humboldt County, Steve Madrone. And this meeting was to get us together to find out what our common ground was. We got a reconsultation coming up, and it kind of looks like Trinity River is getting left out quite a bit there. So we wanted to make sure that between us, the Hoopa, and Steve Madrone, who is his district borders the Trinity River, we're all on the same page about moving forward, kind of being unified in our task and what we were going to do. That went very well. It was also, I think it was record setting. I don't think the Hoopa had invited government into their boardroom ever. So that was a nice thing. And I think we made some good headway there, and we'll continue to have this little meeting with the 3 members of the Hoopa tribe and myself, CEO Tuthill, and Steve Madrone from District 5 in Humboldt. I will leave out the ad hoc for now. I do have a town hall meeting tomorrow night at 6 o'clock at the Roderick Center. And I also was invited to, or I'm part of being the chair being on the disaster relief board. So I met on the 14th with Phil and company, and if Liz is still in here somewhere, she was a great help to me. And I will be the chair for that for the rest of my just this calendar year. That is about it for me. I can go into some ad hoc stuff just a little bit later.
Later today, the Tourism Development Advisory Committee worked with our county council to draft bylaws for the consideration that we have today. So thank you for your help, giving us something to work with. I look forward to having that formally in place so we can keep things moving. As Supervisor Cox mentioned, joined at the Economic Forecast Conference. Dr. Eiler, as she said, provides great information and then was very generous and quick in following up with some Trinity County specific data and offering that presentation. I wasn't sure if that was a free presentation or a paid presentation, which is the only reason I didn't take him up on it yet, but we can follow up because he is extremely informative and he can help you understand the data better. But I think one of the big takeaways was in the Trinity County data, you could, if you didn't know that there was a cannabis green rush that came and went, you would wonder what happened because you can exactly see population, housing prices, everything change during exactly that time frame, dramatically. And I think just to put a note on that, I was recently joined my wife for a client wanted her to show a property. And so we went out to see it. And I think the price was somewhere under 200,000 and it had sold for over 1.3 million 5 years ago. And as a cannabis operation. So just to give you, when we see that our home values have gone down, it's largely in part because our home values had gone way up because of that. And when those numbers go up, it skews the other numbers. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean that every home that is of that size now is worth that much more money. It's just that that one was because it had a license and it had a processing center and all these other kinds of things, but it's just very marked numbers. And you can absolutely see it in these points. And we will try to get that information out so that people can share in what we received from Dr. Eiler. James Gore, who is currently the president of NACO, which is the National Association of Counties, as well as a recently announced candidate for state senate, was in town. He was meeting with Jamie Green because of some of the Secure Rules Act stuff, which is great. But we also had a chance to talk about things, and I think it was great that he spent some time here with us, both as a NACO president and as potentially a future senator. The fire chiefs meeting that Supervisor Cox mentioned, they did have a lot of great updates. Just so people know, it's not just the fire chiefs that are there. There's OES and RCRC and CAL FIRE and all kinds of folks are there, and they provide various updates and collaborate about what's going on. They talked about a lot of great training that's planned this year. And the updates from the Fire Safe Council included the information about the insurance, which the fire chiefs were very interested in hearing, and we promised to send them over the details. CAL FIRE representative did mention that they are efforts underway to modify the requirements, if you will, for passing the home hardening inspection. And he did raise some concerns because one of the things that was mentioned as a possibility was that having a wooden deck would be a failing item. And you know, his feedback to people was, everybody here has wooden decks and you're going to tell them now that they have to replace them, and those can be so pricey, as we probably know. So there was some push and shove about those things, but it is being discussed, and so he wanted to make sure that there was awareness. I also participated in the NACO Telecommunications and Technology Subcommittee meeting, and they were talking about a number of things, giving an update on the broadband program, and I did share with them, because every time I hear this statement, it irritates me a little bit, where they make the statement, and everybody will have access to high-speed broadband internet. And I said, well, you know, we recently had an update that said the fiber was no longer going to run up and down Highway 3, which means two important areas of our county are not. which at first shocked them, but then they quickly were kind of recovering, saying, oh, well, you're talking about fiber, but there is still a commitment that they will have access in some form. And so we talked about it, and I said, well, I'll follow up, because if the answer is, well, there's other ways you can get it, my response is, we have people, and I was just hearing about it today, with telephone service, internet service, that people go without for weeks, even if they have something, and then many places that can't have it at all. So the real push there is they understood our message that we don't feel like we're represented in that statement, and they acknowledged that they would follow up, and then I was given a contact name to follow up as well. And then the other thing they did was talk about artificial intelligence. It seems like you can't go to anything, including the Economic Forecast Conference, that talks about artificial intelligence. But it is interesting that what they're trying to focus on these days is, what is the practical application for, say, a local government to use artificial intelligence? And one of those things was about better planning and forecasting about everything from disaster response to disaster preparedness. You know, you could look at if a fire happened here, where would the best routes be? And we've already, of course, done a lot of that, but we've done that without the benefit of our artificial intelligence. So I think we need to just start thinking about those things and how we can apply that tool to what we already do and just take it to another level. And so anyway, it's interesting that that committee is one that is always bringing out some interesting things. That's it for me.
Chair, if I could jump in with your permission and just touch on Supervisor Leutwiler's comments about Dr. Eiler possibly charging for that presentation that we would want. If that's the case, I have a backup plan, because I learned in chatting with Bob Burris, who is a staffer at RCRC, that those two gentlemen have worked together for years. Much of what Dr. Eiler says, maybe some of you would be in my same boat, goes right over my head, because it is deep, detailed data from somebody who lives and breathes in that world. And I mentioned that to Bob and said, oh, you probably followed him exactly. And he said, followed him, I worked with him. And so he offered, if we would like a presentation such as that to come in and help our group, that would be available for free. So,
perfect. Thank you.
Ready?
I just would like to start out with saying there's, when you come in from another country and you walk into customs and it says, welcome to the United States of America, that is an absolutely fantastic sign to see. So I'm grateful to be back in the United States of America. I had the opportunity to do humanitarian work in India for the last couple weeks. And so I do, I just am so grateful for our country and where we live and for all that we have. It's truly easy to get frustrated and angry with our shortfalls, but really perspective kind of helps you realize that we are a very fortunate group of people to live here. So I just want to start with that. I'm glad to be home. Still struggling a little bit with wellness, but I'm here. So I did attend the LAFCO meeting directly following last Board of Supervisors meeting, working still with Post Mountain and trying to help them take the time to get their community service district up and going there. They needed a little extra time to meet some of their required measures that have to be met. I also attended the North Coast California Resource Conservation and Development District meeting this last week, and that organization is working desperately to increase the ability for us to hire local folks to do the work with the Natural Resource Conservation Service and building up employment opportunities there. I will be going with Chairman Gogan on the 29th through the 30th to the North Coast Resource Partnership meeting. Thank you, Chairman Gogan, for working with them. They will be paying for part of our costs so that both of us can attend those meetings even though the county is struggling. We're trying to save money in our travel. So the NCRP was able to help pay for some of our costs to allow both of us to go since we're on committees. I will be attending in the first week of March, the NACO legislative conference. And my intent in doing that, one of my primary intents is to be a foot soldier around the secure rural schools. So I'm going to be meeting with Jamie Green and also with our CEO to make sure that I go over fully locked and loaded and ready to roll with information and a persistent voice, and making sure that our county is recognized and heard among many of the other rural counties in our nation, that this is no longer an option, it's a must do. I've continued my work with the Sonungwe and Narumuk to work on our memorandum of understanding and are moving forward with our county recognizing our local tribes. I've continued, even though away, to field emails regarding the plethora of road concerns that we have in our communities. Those last winter storms have really impacted a lot of our more remote roads, in some cases not allowing people to have access to their homes, which is always challenging and very, very difficult for folks to deal with. And then fielding, just concerns regarding some law enforcement situations in my district. I also had the opportunity to meet with James Gore while he was here. I took him on a little road trip, and we had the opportunity to talk about an idea that I have that I will be presenting a one-page to the Public Lands Caucus to explore the opportunity and the potential for fire accounts to remain open for a number of years after a fire has been closed, because a lot of times we don't realize the long-term negative impacts of a fire on our roads or on our bridges until 3 or 4 years later, when the root systems have fully collapsed and those natural retaining walls fail and our roads fall in either under or above, and we cannot bear the burden of the cost of those solely. So my hope is to push through the Public Lands Caucus with NACO to ask Congress to recognize that closing up a fire account 6 weeks after a long-standing fire is just not enough time for us to realize the long-term impacts that these fires have, specifically on our water systems and our road systems in our county. So I hope to do that and do that well. And then to close out, I graduated from the NACO High Performance Leadership Academy in December, and that was a good program to go through. I would encourage anyone who wanted to do it, whether they're in our leadership in our county or whether it's someone on the board. So that is my close up, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to miss the first meeting and holding the assignments for our
Oh, I didn't
committees.
tell you, you are president.
No, but I do appreciate that delay and that, so that I could go do the humanitarian work that means so much to me. Thank you.
So I just wanted to add, I think while you were gone, I did talk to Karen Gaffney from North Coast Resource Partnership. They're paying everything for us,
Oh, good. Okay.
our mileage and our accommodations.
Very
So
good.
we'll turn in that to them. It won't go through county. They'll repay us.
Oh, very good. Thank you for that.
And the other thing that I wanted to, that was kind of a little bit of a common theme here, was James Gore, who I think stands a good chance of being our next senator. And I think he has the good graces of Senator McGuire right now. And I do think that all of us here, except for Julia, have gotten in on the ground floor with him, and Trinity County is on his map. He is very aware of us. He's been here several times. He was part of NCRP. He's been part of everything NACO. So I think Trinity County has a good presence with him. I think that will help in the long run, building that confidence and that relationship with James over time, and then him becoming hopefully senator should work out real well for Trinity County. I'm glad we all got to have a good relationship with him prior to him becoming senator, or hopefully becoming senator.
And if I could just give a little shout out to former Supervisor Morris, because I think she really led the way in that relationship. So
Yeah.
I want to appreciate the longevity there.
Okay, we are going to take a 5-minute break.
How much?
Jill,
On the
it
road
used to be me.
for roads. What percentage do we get for roads?
All right, we are going to go
We back?
with,
We have
Yeah.
to do the ad hoc one.
oh, ad hoc. So Trent, do you want to speak about the ad hoc for the homeless encampment part that we had a little meeting last week? Or would you like me to?
Chairman, I would be glad to speak on that.
Would you really? I'm glad to have you speak.
Yes, so a small contingent of the ad hoc met, and we have a very draft document that incorporates some topics for full ad hoc consideration. We have an ad hoc meeting scheduled for this Thursday in this room at 1 p.m. And we will go over that document, form some priorities, gather some ideas, hopefully hear some new ideas, and then have a more refined document. And then we'll decide if and when, kind of what the next steps are. And then, develop some timeframes to come back to the full board, and then some things we can start implementing right now, some little things here and there. In addition to that, I have put in a formal request to the conservation camp to come down and clear or start clearing the property, the county-owned property in those areas we previously discussed. However, they were tasked down to the LA fires. And as soon as they get back, they will in fact come out and do a site visit, and no real issue with doing the work as long as we can get it in, fit it into their schedule. So that was good news there, and we'll continue moving forward on that aspect of it. And that's about it. Mhm.
Any other ad hoc discussion? No? Then we will move into,
Oh, I'm sorry, just a question. So are you guys part of your next meeting? Is that when you're going to be talking about potential ordinance changes that you would then bring back to the full board and all that?
That is one of the topics on there,
Yeah.
is an ordinance section as far as what we would need, kind of getting those examples from other jurisdictions, seeing what might work for us, what revisions we might need, and then bring that plan back to the full board for direction. Yeah, go change this, and this ordinance, or bring us something back for consideration. Yeah, that's part of it.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think the draft ordinance right now is a little bit large, so we're trying to streamline that down and see how that works out, but Thursday should be a good day. Consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted upon by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item to be pulled and considered separately. Do we have anybody want to pull
Nope.
anything?
Any public comment? None?
Public comment in the room?
Not online.
Make a motion to approve all items on the consent calendar as presented.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Litwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye. Now move into county matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request that an item be heard out of order. Do we have any public comment in the room?
Did you want to read the item
None.
before we ask about the comments?
We'll just do public comment per each item. So
So read all four of them or?
no, just go ahead and start with E1.
Okay, E1, Board of Supervisors discuss and or take action to appoint Supervisor Brownfield selection for Planning Commissioner for District 5 to serve a term concurrent with District 5 Supervisor.
May I speak to him, to this for a second? I'm really excited about my nominee, Dan R. Harper. He's very qualified, he's very experienced, and he's a pillar in our community with fire departments and community actions. And we're really lucky. I'm really lucky to have him want to do this. So just wanted to say that. Good man.
Congratulations. They're hard to find sometimes.
Mhm.
Any other comments? In the room on Zoom? No?
No.
E2, County Administrative Office.
No, we'll need to vote on that one.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was River Stamp. Okay, take a vote.
I would move to approve
will-
Supervisor Brownfield's nomination for her planning commission.
I will second.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Litwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
E2, County Administrative Office, adopt and propose bylaws for the newly established Tourism Development Advisory Board. Do we have any public comment in the room?
Catherine?
Oh, looks like we have some in the room.
Oh, go ahead. In the room. Wait.
Hello, Chair Gogan and Supervisors, Dana Hauser from Hayfork. I had some questions and concerns about the bylaws. It seems it's in some aspects, it seems like it's almost intended to hire a consultant, and potentially hire someone to manage a consultant. And I think it would be really great to have an advisory board where there are two supervisors and then supervisors appoint somebody from their own districts, like similar but not identical to the Fairgrounds Board. I know that there's been a challenge over the years for the TOT recipients to make effective use. It's like it's been like, not that I don't know that they've had a challenge to make effective use of their funds. It's hard to have a cohesive impact when you're all working separately, but there's also a benefit to working in your individual community areas because your individual community flavor is unique to your own community. So I see the need for a greater advisory board, but it seems fast to have one read on bylaws and then vote on them in one meeting and implement them and have them be be official. And that, I'm sure other people bring up more concerns, but I do want to see, I would love to be part of this effort. And I think that's really smart. But I was concerned about some of where it sounded like in some areas, it was intended to hire or money, like it gives us stated the managing the funds that are allocated from the Board of Supervisors. And I'm curious about those funds. And those are my concerns. And it seems like it could be a good first read. Maybe bring it back in the future to approve appropriately. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, it might help for, we didn't really do an introduction of this from staff standpoint. It might help for me to do that since I'm the one who ended up drafting these bylaws and maybe address some of these concerns. So when we had met back in December, we decided that we would establish this Tourism Development Advisory Board, and their main priorities were two things. One is to take the funding that was approved by the board, I think it was $30,000, to hire somebody like Civitas, who has worked with other counties to help us try to establish a tourism investment district or something like that here in Trinity County. So that's the referral to the money authorized by the board and the intent. And then the other aspect of this is last year, we established an ad hoc to work with the tourism partners, if you will, to review their presentations and make recommendations to the board about how to award, I'll call it TOT funding. And this set of bylaws basically says this committee can take on that role. So that's the primary two functions, and the bylaws were really taken from a template, if you will, that said, okay, here's all the stuff you have to have in bylaws, but the real intent is 2 supervisors would be appointed, then each supervisor would appoint someone from each district. So there is broad representation. That group would come together, confirm that they want to hire Civitas or someone else to invest that $30,000. Then they would work with that consulting group to carry out the whole process of investigating, researching, proposing, implementing, hopefully, an investment district that would then generate, hopefully, a lot more funds that are completely dedicated to tourism. That, if established, that investment district would be electing its own board, and this committee would no longer be involved at all. Then the next thing that this committee would do, besides keeping the board updated along the way, is when we came to the allocation of tourism-related funding next year, we wouldn't have to set up an ad hoc committee because this committee would already be in place. It would already have representation. It would still be only making a recommendation to the full board. So that's the intent of the bylaws. There's a lot of, I'll call it gobbledygook in there because it has to be, but that's just a frame of reference that hopefully is helpful.
So for questions regarding this, if I could, 3 of them. The first one in the first section, the Tourism Development Advisory Board shall, Part B, and I do understand the intent. I just think that review and approve any county agreements entered into in support of tourism development. This one I need a little explanation because it seems like this action awarded to that board usurps Board of Supervisors decision authority in that area. So
and that was by design, not to usurp, but for the board to preemptively award that authority. So the otherwise, this committee would go out and say, look at various consultants, including Civitas, come back to the board with a recommendation. The board would have to approve that and go forward. This would basically, the board would be authorizing that committee, just go do it. So if there's concerns that that should have to come back to the board, then yes, that would need to change. Otherwise, that's specifically the intent of that wording, is for the board to preemptively authorize this committee. You don't have to come back to us, keep the process moving. We've already awarded you the $30,000, go spend it well.
So I guess if anything,
Chair, if I may. So that's why the words in parentheses there in item B are important.
within the budget authority. True. And so what I'm going to suggest now is an opinion. So I would think that I need to wait to share that opinion. Okay. And then on letter F, review and make recommendations regarding the allocation of tourism development funds prior to the decision by the Board of Supervisors. I just think that that is, in my opinion, it needs a wording alteration to hit the intent. Council, do I share that now or wait for the motion?
Guess that would be motion, right?
Yeah, but I think one more public comment, so it would be after public comment.
Okay. And then well, let me see if this is actually a question. No, it's another suggestion. I'll wait. Thank you.
Do we have one more?
Any in the room?
Catherine?
Catherine Sidman, Lewiston Road, Lewiston. I just talking about tourism in Trinity County is so much more fun than talking about the governance of the Committee for Tourism in Trinity County. I know there's a lot of, sometimes it just feels like there's so much bureaucracy. I do appreciate the board for, Rick, for your explanation and just willingness to slog through the process to get there. I'm really, really enjoyed the presentation by Brian Applegarth. I do most of my work, all of my work is really outside the county. Brian Applegarth is a worldwide authority in cannabis tourism, and I just further want to express that in light of his presentation and honestly just his engagement, his being on that call, people on LinkedIn are talking about what's Brian Applegarth doing with Trinity County, which thanks to that viral YouTube video is only known as the poorest county in California right now in the broader conversation. In light of all that, everything we do about tourism, I really, really hope that intentionally the voice of this proactive group of people that are really trying to get Trinity County on the map for cannabis tourism is reflected in the discussion, and that message is furthered and not stifled in future events. Thank you.
Adrian?
And thank you, Chair, supervisors and staff. Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be generally in support of this to make sure that the funds are being used appropriately and that we can actually track what the results of them are. I got to say, I too was really anticipating a staff report to give a little bit more detail into some of the components, and I appreciate Supervisor Lutweiler, getting somewhere into there. Did answer a few of my questions. One question that definitely remains that is well, I've got one more that's a little bit more structural, but the TID, the Tourist Investment District, I think needs to be, I don't know, explained a little bit more thoroughly. Like, this is a voluntary situation that business owners would enter into and then more or less essentially like levy a voluntary tax upon themselves to fund, whatever operations come further down the road. Because I've heard them go in two different ways, sort of. There's also ones that are done through an election and then it's compulsory. So I just want to make that really clear and to make sure that I would hope that the ad hoc and collaborated with the TOT stakeholders to make sure this is something that they want to pursue, because it seems the direction of this ad hoc through the bylaws is to go through this process to achieve this goal. I'm assuming that's where it references the program. I'm assuming the program is that a consultant is or is not hired, but a TID, I suppose, is created. And I'm not certain, without knowing from the TOT recipients what level of participation people will offer to a TID. And then just briefly, it does reference excused absences in the bylaws, and I think it would be helpful to have a definition of excused absences, and also to have is that a majority vote of the advisory board? Is it consensus? Is it, just some structural stuff around making sure that the excused absences, I know that seems a little bit maybe persnickety, but it is a set of bylaws, so I think it deserves a definition. And then lastly, if we're in this process and this board exists and they choose to not hire a consultant, and then they choose to not develop a TID, does that ameliorate the need for this board, or is this board then able to change its scope to pursue a different program that they might develop themselves? It does make some reference in the document that the supervisors can provide more, programmatic structure or direction to this board. And that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you.
No new hands.
I can provide a little more clarity perhaps based on some of those questions if you like.
Yeah, well, go ahead, Julie. You have some questions I can.
Yeah, I'm only concerned. Yep, I'm only concerned. One, $30,000 is a lot of money to hire a consultant when I think we have some wonderful minds here in the Chamber of Commerce and things. Number two, I'm very concerned about how that money is distributed, especially being out in a very southern rural county, part of the county. So I would be very interested in how that money is doled out. Being very blunt, but
that money being which money?
any monies that come in for tourism,
Oh, okay,
right?
gotcha.
Okay.
Bill?
Well, so again, I think there probably needs to be a motion on the table for the depth that I have of conversation.
Okay, so maybe if it's all right, I'd just like to answer some of these questions
Sure, go right ahead.
first, and then we can get to the more motion and.
Absolutely.
Okay, so from the perspective of the focus and the intent, that this is, and if we need to change the wording, county council can maybe guide us, but the intent is that the board received a presentation from the Trinity County Chamber of Commerce where they asked for the money to go work with Civitas to launch this investment district. So it didn't come from the board saying we should do this. It came from the Trinity Chamber representing, as I understand it, multiple groups saying, yes, we want to pursue this. Then the focus of this is to say, here is this money for this purpose. It's not, well, here's 30,000, go do what you want to do with it from a tourism development standpoint. It's specifically to go do this. As it relates to whether we need inside or outside help, we can always have that discussion. Civitas, to my knowledge, from having talked to them on a couple of occasions, has been involved in virtually every successful implementation of an investment district like this in the state. They helped create the program itself, and they have been the advisors. When we talked to the Siskiyou economic development folks who did this years ago, they said we absolutely would not have been as successful without this support. And this $30,000 was based on a specific recommendation and proposal from them because they have actually done work in Trinity County in the past and just kind of stopped along the way because it ran into roadblocks. And that kind of speaks into, some of what I heard from Adrian is the intent of this is to hire this group because they come in and they work with, in this case, this advisory board and the community to determine what level of support is there for what type or types of investment districts. Should you pursue it? And if you pursue it, how should you pursue it? Then they help you pursue it with marketing and interaction and engagement. And then they help you structure it with all the, like this, bylaws and rules and so forth. In the end, it is absolutely up to the community to say, we want this or we don't. And because it is a self-imposed tax, it is collected on behalf of the investment district. The money then goes back to the board that was hired by that or elected by that investment district and spent solely under the criteria established by the board and that group that created the district. And it is very possible that Civitas could come back and say, you know what, you don't have support. It's not going to happen. They could also come back and say, you actually have the potential for 3. You could have a cannabis tourism investment district solely from all the organizations that they think they would heavily benefit from that. They can collect money. That money can be spent just on cannabis tourism. They could come back and say, we're doing one that is just the lodging facilities. They could come back and say, you should do one that has lodging facilities and the shops and the gas stations, because they all want to be a part of it, because they all think they benefit. That's what they do. They help you figure out what will play out and be effective in your world. And as a slight antidote or slight example, can't think of the word I was really looking for, anecdote. Siskiyou, when they launched theirs, they had to kind of carve it up a little tighter than they thought they would initially because of lack of support in some areas. But they then went forward with what they had. When they went to renew it, all those that didn't want to be in it before suddenly wanted to be in it. And they now generate more than $1 million a year out of their investment district. So they're bigger, we're not talking necessarily about the same numbers. It's completely up to the businesses that would decide to participate or not, and to what level. But that's hopefully a little bit more clarity. Again, now I would get into my own opinions if I start to go further than that, but just in terms of explaining, that's the rest of the story.
Jill, that help you?
My stuff is more specific.
Heidi?
We need a motion.
Do you want to make a motion to approve with
I'll make a motion.
modifications?
I'll make a motion for the point of discussion. Would that help
You
us?
make a motion, I'll second it for discussion.
Yes, I will make a motion to approve as presented.
Second for discussion?
Okay, thank you for that. So I think with this conversation, my concern about item B has been alleviated. I just felt like in the way that it read, it seemed like the action did usurp board authority, but I understand now that it doesn't. So if everyone else is comfortable with the language, I can set that concern aside. My concern on letter F really doesn't change. I have a suggestion to revise the verbiage just slightly. I don't think it changes the outcome. Right now, the way it reads, review and make recommendations regarding the allocation of tourism development funds prior to decision made by the board. I feel like that verbiage assumes there always would be one. And I think that as a county, we have become presumptive that that's what those dollars are for. And we don't understand collectively that actually is not what those dollars are for. TOT funds are in place because when tourists come to our county, they have an impact on us. They can impact roads and emergency services and all the things. And that's why it was created. At whatever point in our county's history that we took some of those, and they are general fund dollars. So really, they're thrown into a general fund pot and then they're taken out to go support tourism. The fact that we link those two and go, it was the TOT funds that went in that were taken out to go do this is a little bit of a misnomer. And so my suggestion wording maybe just helps to clarify that a bit. And what I came up with was review and make recommendations regarding the allocation of any general fund dollars the board may assign to tourism development. The power is still there to do the same thing, but in my opinion, it removes the presumption. And then the last thing I had is that under order of business, item A, it suggests that we would be using Robert's Rules of Order.
Yeah.
We use Rosenberg's rules as per our board governance manual, and having those two align made sense to me.
So then I guess the motion that was made, do you want to adopt those changes or do we want a separate motion? I'm wondering.
Jill, would you like to make a separate motion?
Okay, I'll put a second motion on the table to approve the item before us as it reads with two changes to letter F under the general provisions, and I can send the language, and then to amend the rules by which the group would operate from Roberts to Rosenberg's.
Very good.
Should you be able to read out the two changes?
Certainly. So under letter F, review and make recommendations regarding the allocation of any general fund dollars the Board of Supervisors may assign to tourism development.
And then the other one?
And the other one was simply trading Roberts for Rosenberg's.
And then Supervisor Brownfield, just to address your concern about how money eventually gets invested across the county.
Right.
So this committee or board would only be, sorry?
We have a second on.
Oh, sorry, on the motion. I'll second the motion. Sorry, I forgot we weren't just modifying the first one. So this group in investing that 30,000 with the consultant is kind of what it is. When it comes to the general funds suggested for tourism next year, this advisory board would be making recommendations to this board who would decide how that money gets allocated.
Okay, but they are an entity that's making decisions based on their professional opinion of what of what we need. Is that?
Are you talking about the Civitas or are you talking
Yeah,
about?
Civitas is my kind of,
Oh, right.
so they're going to do the research. They're going to find out that they're going to be doing telling us what the money should be spent on, sort of.
They're
In a
going-
short sentence, that's
No,
okay. So
their 30,000 fee
right?
is to help us determine if the county will support an investment district one or more and how to implement it. Nothing about how then money that comes from that gets spent.
Okay,
And if it gets established, then that board that's assigned would make decisions on how that money got spent. And we would have nothing to do with it. So whenever that was set up, the people that are participating in that, whether it's cannabis tourism or the lodging or all of the above, they would all elect a board. That board would take the money that they gave them from their self-imposed tax, and they would decide how it gets spent on tourism, and this board would never see that.
So for continued discussion, I just wonder, I see as we sit right now with what's in front of us, the intent of this is to get a little bit of governmental bureaucracy out of the way and let something move forward a little more quickly, which makes sense because we're all very clear and have our minds, I think, we've had a lot of discussion and our heads are wrapped around this particular thing. But the fact that these bylaws will be in place in perpetuity could lead to a scenario where if whatever decision that board was making, if that spending authority needed to come back to the Board of Supervisors one more time, it would simply allow for a little more public involvement, public comment on who was being selected and how that was going forward.
You're talking about the 30,000 for Civitas or someone like them.
Correct, because right now we're talking about 30,000 and we understand that Civitas is that's what makes sense. But if you just read that and you don't have tourism investment district or Civitas in your mind and you have something that may come down in the future, then we have just allocated spending authority to basically 7 people without the public comment. Well, no, you've got Rosenberg's rules in place and they can show up there too.
It's a standing committee.
Thinking out loud.
So,
Okay.
Jill, are you asking to,
You might use your mic.
oh, sorry. Are you asking to bring this back a later date with some clarity so the public may be more informed?
No, I'm not. My stream of consciousness out loud there was answered. I was concerned that there wouldn't be enough public input involved in how we spend a large chunk of money, even though I'm comfortable with that this year. It's because I know about it. What about those things that we don't know in years to come? And I was worried about opportunity for public input, but then reflecting on the fact that this is a standing committee operating under now, if this motion passes, Rosenberg's Rules of Order. The public can come and make comment there and have their voices heard and their input thought through in that environment rather than this environment. And I'm comfortable with that.
And that is only for that pot of money because
Next year we have.
I mean, this doesn't say that the board is ever going to give that group any more money. The other thing they're going to do is bring presentation on, like the ad hoc committee did this time, recommendations on how to allocate any general funds that are going towards tourism.
Indeed.
But that thing's back to this board, which has all the full transparency, if you will.
Yeah, we have, okay.
Okay, so we have 2 motions.
Supervisor Litwiler,
Are you ready, Chair, for
Yes.
Vote? Okay, I didn't know.
Supervisor Litwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye. Okay, we will move on to E3. Clerk of the board, appoint supervisors to represent the county on various boards, commissions, committees, and task force for 2025. Do we have any public comment in the room? Online?
None online.
Are we just gonna go down them in alphabetical order?
Chair, I would recommend that you just start and we run through them, like Heidi was just mentioning, in alphabetical order. We've got the existing. And then if the board wants to make any changes, and then we need to fill the vacant positions of Dan's. So I would just recommend we just run through them alphabetically. There's no real order of importance or anything. So we just roll through those. The one we have to add now, since the bylaws were just adopted, we have to make sure we appoint 2 supervisors to the Tourism Development Advisory.
All right, so let's start out alphabetically with the Airport Advisory Committee. It meets quarterly. It has 2 appointees, one.
Use your
primary-
microphone. My microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. With 2 appointees, one is Jill Cox, the alternate is Rick Lutweiler. Are you both good with that? Anybody else want on that?
Let's see, this is on, I gotta get there. This is on which
Here,
one?
I can give you a copy if you
Airport
want.
advisory.
Wait, which one?
Airport
Oh,
advisory.
yeah. Fine with that?
Easier list maybe to read from. We're starting up top there.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're gonna stay with Jill and Rick for the Airport Advisory, correct? Next one is Behavioral Health Advisory Board. It meets the 4th Wednesday of every other month, of every other even months. Appointees Dan Frazier and alternate Heidi Carpenter. Obviously, we're gonna have to move Dan out of there and put someone else in there. Do we have anybody who would like to be the primary on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board?
I'm willing to move to primary if someone would like to be the alternate. Or I will remain the alternate if someone wants to be the primary. I'm fine with either place.
So Heidi wants to be,
Are those, do those have a Zoom option?
I believe so.
Okay. I was just worried about you and Supervisor Brownfield both having to drive all the way into town for these every other month. But if you can do Zoom, then that's not so bad.
If you, or do you have interest?
Oh, yeah, but I'm not trying to push
No,
anybody out. I'm just saying that
I'm
if it's-
open to giving you that opportunity if you want it.
Happy to do so.
Okay.
so we landed with Heidi and Rick.
No, take me out and give Rick, and then whoever else wants to be is fine.
So Rick, you are gonna be primary.
But we need an alternate.
And Julia, would you like to be alternate?
I will do that for you.
Okay, thank you. CSAC. I would recommend leaving that the same, although I will take input from the other 4 on the board.
I'm happy to remain as alternate.
And Rick,
Very much so. Stay on board.
so we'll stay the same on that. Child Abuse Prevention Council, CCAP. I'm good with that, the way You okay with that?
Mhm.
So we'll say the same there. And that meets quarterly, third Wednesday. Okay, so we're staying the same there. Child Development Planning Council, LPC. I would like to stay on that. Heidi, would you like to continue being?
Yes, I'm fine unless someone else would like to explore that.
So I guess as we move through here, we should keep in mind that Julia has very few things, and we're gonna need to throw her in kind of slowly to some of these councils or committees that we're on.
Well, if she's assuming all of what Dan had, then she's pretty
I
much.
don't know if she's assuming all of Dan's,
Mm.
but Dan's are open.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I don't think it's a given that she's taking them all at this point. So I will say as primary on the LPC, and Heidi,
I'm happy to remain.
you're happy to stay there? Okay. Okay, Child and Families First Commission, first 5. Right now, the primary is Jill Cox. Would you like to stay there?
Yes.
And alternate is Rick. I would suggest maybe giving that to Julia.
Sure.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
So which one's that?
That one's the first 5, Children and Families First Commission. So we're gonna have Rick and then Julia as the alternate. Glenn Calusa, Trinity. Where are we at? Glenn Calusa, Trinity Community Action Partnership. We do need to replace Dan. I do think there is a want from Julia to be the primary on that.
So if I'm more than happy to, both of us have to go.
Right.
There's no option, like we both have to be there. It's not one or the other. So either and you're both considered primaries. So either that's fine unless.
Are you good to stay in the second primary?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I'm Glenn Calusa too. Calusa? Okay.
There is some travel regarding in this committee, so just so you're aware.
Every 3 months.
Yes.
Okay, Disaster Council, I'm on that as chair. Rick, you lose out there on that one. Are you bummed?
That's a good group.
It is a good group. It was nice to go to that meeting the other day. So I will be primary as chair. And vice chair is going to be Heidi. And with Phil being the alternate. We all fine with that? I guess we have no choice with that, do we? Next would be Highway 299 Committee. Right now, you with me?
No, I feel like we're on emergency flood and shelter.
Oh, did I get that one off? Okay,
Top of page 2, emergency food shelter program.
It's this one.
got it. All right, so, sorry about that. My pages were out of order. Emergency Food and Shelter Program. It's a local FEMA board. It meets semi-annually. And the board chairman is Dan right now. Board vice chair is me.
So does that mean our board chairman needs to
Yeah.
be there? So that's you. And then the vice chair needs to be me. Is that correct?
I'm not sure because
Am I understand? No.
Dan was not board chair last year
Oh.
and he was the chairman of this board, so I don't think that holds true, correct?
Historically, it is always, that one has always been the chairman and the vice chairman of our board serve in that capacity.
Okay.
However, in the last probably at least 3 years, that committee hasn't really been active.
Okay.
So there's no meetings.
No meetings whatsoever.
Is there a reason to keep it on our
Right.
books? At this point, probably not. We could take it off.
Okay.
We're just gonna get rid of it.
Yeah. And yes, and then we would bring it back if we ever needed it again.
Very good.
Okay.
Let's scratch that.
Can we do it that easily?
Okay, right now we are at Emergency Medical Services Advisory Committee. So once a year in March or April. Again, this is Board Chairman Dan Frazier, Board Vice Chair Liam Gogan. So
So it's the same scenario,
yeah,
correct?
same
So,
scenario.
Me and you.
It meets once a year.
But this does meet.
Mhm.
I was asking staff if this actually meets or not.
Yeah, is it?
I believe that one does. That one is overseen by the auditor's office's staff for that one.
Okay.
So I'd have to confirm with Christine, but I believe that one does likely meet, and we would like to see those appointments.
Okay.
All right, then.
So it's you and me,
Let's
Gogan.
stay with me and you then, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Environmental Services, RCRC Subcommittee, Jill?
Yeah, so I believe that has to be that way just because I am the RCRC delegate, but I would say staff always handles that because it requires their expertise in that area. And so I track that, but I don't attend and vote.
Are you comfortable?
Yeah, I think it has to be that way.
So we're gonna stick with that. And we will get on now to the Fire Safe Council. I know Jill likes that.
Mhm.
And you like to stay primary?
I would.
How often does that meet?
Monthly.
Monthly. Julia, do you mind coming over monthly for that?
Fire safe? No, that's fine.
They're having trouble hearing you in the microphone. And
Sorry,
also,
Julie,
Julia, you can. zoom
mind?
out.
I'm the worst at that, I swear. So Julia, because you're in a very fire-friendly area, why don't we put you in as a alternate? How's that?
Fine.
And Jill will be the primary.
Perfect.
First County Schools Coalition, no regular meetings scheduled.
I would like to stay on that due to my assignment to NACO and Public Lands and the Rural Action Caucus. I think it's important that I remain in this due to the conversations that have already been started and moving forward.
I wonder if because of this way, not to take anything away, but just asking a
ahead.
question, if it would be wise for that very reason to have our CSAC person as the other person. Is there, and having served there, is there opportunity?
So you're suggesting Rick over Heidi?
I
Just
was
because-
wondering, yeah, because of that reason, if that makes sense.
No.
Have Heidi as NACO and me as CSAC?
Uh-huh.
That would mean you coming off.
Say again?
She was suggesting Heidi stay on as the NACO representative, but have me replace you since I'm the CSAC representative.
Since we push on that from both the state and federal.
Where you at right there?
So what I was inquiring is as
So
to.
why is mine? So you got Forest County Schools, Coalition Secure Rural Schools. Mine has nothing and nothing. So. It's the same
You
page,
better work off that one.
same stuff.
I'll go to
Here,
my
you take-
digital.
go ahead
I'll go to
and
the
just-
digital
Okay.
one.
So as we're saying right there, then is you would take my spot,
That was what they were suggesting, and I'm happy to do that.
okay? And Heidi, you're good with the primary?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Got it. Little State Finance Council, RCRC, obviously Jill.
Yes.
I'll be the alternate still. Actually, let's make Julia the alternate. Because we're gonna have to fill her in.
So
filter her
if
in.
you do that, that means you have to double back and she would become the RCRC alternate because this is a subset
Okay,
of what has to happen there.
be the same then?
To be the RCRC alternate.
Forest County School.
at some point. Yeah, that would be, eventually, that would be where I would like to be eventually.
She's asking for the
The
alternate.
RCR, yep,
position
just to
on
be
all
on
of
the sub, yep, just to get some information and some experience on.
Are you hearing
on the
us?
RCRC.
Okay, we
None of
really
us
need to
can.
use the mics better,
Yeah.
guys.
I was gonna say, I'm getting
So
text.
sorry.
So, but, so with that being suggested, I'm a little concerned if our chair isn't involved in NACO, CSAC, or RCRC. I think that, not that I don't believe Julia would do an excellent job, I just wonder, should you?
The way that we have restructured ourselves,
because he
though, due
can't-
to
he's
the
an alternate
budget,
anyway,
he
right?
doesn't go anyway.
so
That
never mind.
individual would only go to meetings that I am unable to make. So far, there have been none.
It just gives me experience in it.
But your call of
Yeah,
whatever you
I'm
guys
good
want
with
to
that.
do.
Yeah, that sounds fine, especially with the reduced budget. That makes sense. Okay, Golden State,
Meaning you're leaving it or you're changing it?
I'm gonna leave it.
Okay.
Golden State Finance Authority, RCRC Subcommittee.
That's incorrect.
Yeah.
This printed copy is incorrect because Golden State Finance Authority is another subset of your duties as the RCRC delegate. I already do that, so that should have read myself and you. And so it's just printed incorrectly.
So,
And it will need to stay the same because again, it's determined.
so we'll leave it
Jill and
Jill and me.
Julia.
Okay,
No,
He
Julia.
left it alone, so it's Cox and Gogan.
yep.
Oh.
So where we're going, Health System Collaborative. Right now it is Liam and Jill. Anybody have a want to jump on as either primary or alternate?
I don't have strong feelings about that. Julie, if that's something that you're interested in, I'm happy to share that with you. If not, I'm happy to remain.
How about if I drop off, we'll put Julia in and you as an alternate, Jill?
Okay.
Okay, Highway 3 Subcommittee, Highway 36, sorry, Committee. It meets once a year in October, Red Bluff, Fortuna. 5th District Supervisor gets that job, so Julia, you are up.
Yay.
Highway 290,
You're fine.
I'm comfortable with remaining on Highway 299, District 2.
say it one more time.
I'm comfortable remaining on the Highway 299 Committee for Caltrans District 2.
All right. Pages are out of order.
So you're up to the Housing Rehabilitation.
And
and s-
Business Loan Committee.
So what I would share with you is that was created like 2 years ago when we had our previous, longer than that? Okay, well, we didn't meet it all last year. Is it still needed? Okay.
Okay,
So I'm fine to remain on that.
I would like to suggest Rick be the alternate, just because of your background in business and what have you, unless Julia really wants to. You're getting quite a list there.
This is fine. This first year is whatever you guys really want me to be on. I'm gonna pick a few, but that I really want, but other than that, you guys just put me where you need me.
The Housing Rehabilitation and Business Loan Committee, are you interested in that, Rick, since you've just kind of worked on some of the
Sure.
housing stuff
I mean, just
previously?
by general topic, I don't know what they really get involved in, but I'd be happy to serve if that's where you'd like me.
I'm just suggesting.
And one more clarifying question for staff, if I could. My recollection when we met before, Supervisor Frazier and I both had input into all of those. Is this truly a primary alternate or is it two primaries? Okay, that being the case, I would be happy to let Supervisor Lutweiler take the primary position on that. And when you see what it is, I think you will agree you are a perfect fit.
Okay, thank you.
okay, so we're gonna go with Rick And Julia is
I-
alternate?
I will
Real quick.
remain the alternate.
Real quick on that one, I think we might have Margaret, would there be a conflict if Sue is also on that committee
Oh.
as a voting member? I believe Supervisor Lutweller's wife serves on that committee as well.
It's true.
So.
Does she?
I know she's on something.
I think she's on there. so.
Arrange that.
Thank you for- Yes. thank you for catching
Um,
that.
Jill, would you like to say primary?
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, and then we will go with,
Why don't you be alternate, Liam,
I
since
will be the alternate, that's fine. So we got Cox as that, Gogan as that. LAFCO,
we all have to be on this, so we just need to,
I would like to move from the alternate position and replace Supervisor Frazier as primary if that is acceptable.
and then Julia, you can be alternative just to learn a little bit as you go.
It's fine.
so we're gonna go Julia, Liam, and Heidi as primaries, and Jill as an alternate.
I was asking to move to primary if that's acceptable.
Whose spot would you like to take?
Supervisor Frazier?
And then I like to get Julia on there.
She can serve as the alternate.
Should I?
Okay, so we got primary, we got
That's an
Jill,
important one for her to be. So as an alt,
Cox.
As a suggestion, I hear Supervisor Brownfield saying that she would like to be a primary. I wonder, Chair Gogan, if it might serve you to not have to do that responsibility since it meets at 4 o'clock on board meeting days, and that would free you up for all the documents you need
Yeah.
to
that is
review
a
and
tough
sign.
one. So I will ask Julia, do you feel that you might need my help with,
yes,
with District 5 and independent? Okay,
I do. So
I'll stick around for that. I know that's a pain, but I think that's an
a primary
important
alternate.
issue there.
So you want me to be alternate? Is that what we're saying?
So I will stay on as the alternate. How's
And
that?
Julia will become a primary. So the primaries then will be
Would be
Julia, Supervisor Brown, then Supervisor Carpenter Harris, Supervisor Cox, and Supervisor Gogan will become the alternate. Is that what is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, that could work. Is the alternate there every time?
Yep.
Have to be, but can be.
All right. Let's go with it. NACO, Heidi?
Yes, please. No, I will fight you for that.
Kill me on the way out, wouldn't you? You got it. Ricky behind that?
Yes, I am on that NACO subcommittee, but I've never attended the NACO full conference meeting just because of our budget limitations. But I'm happy to go if Supervisor Carpenter Harris can't make it.
All right, we're good there. Natural Resource Collaboration Formation Group, TCCG. Right now, the primary is Heidi and the alternate is Jill. Do we feel as if you'd like to say on that? Was that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm willing to switch primary and alternates with Jill if she's interested in that, or do you want to stay the same?
I will do either.
Okay.
Julia, do you have any want for that? As alternate?
Yep, if you think it's a good idea, I think it's a good idea.
And Jill?
So the collaborative predominantly deals with the Weaverville Community Forest. And so I think that my presence there is a good one.
And it also is working pretty significantly on the big ranch projects all up and down my district. So I think Jill and I are suited to remain on that for this year, and then next year, as projects change, moving that around is fine, but
So did you two just want to swap primary alternate roles?
yeah, Jill can become the primary and I'll become the alternate.
Okay.
Is that cool?
Switch around, so we'll go Cox. Heidi. Okay, NorCal EMS meets on the second Thursday of every other month, beginning in January. The primary right now is Jill, who I think is doing a great job there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm also involved in a subcommittee of that, so would appreciate remaining.
You know what? Can we, since most of that is virtual, let's throw Julie in as an alternate to get her feet wet there.
It's fine.
Okay, so I'm gonna step out of the alternate and we will put Julia in. And it's a really good group. They're a tightly knit organization, run well. And I think this would be something good for you to get into and see how it works. Because it is a very good group and they've done a lot. They really work hard. Okay, Northern Rural Training and Employment Consortium. Mr. Lutweiler.
Yes, I was elected as the chair for this organization last year, so I probably should stay on.
Okay, and then alternate, do you mind helping Julia through these steps?
Sure.
Julia, do you?
I'd
are
like
you
that
good with
one. Yeah.
North Coast Air Quality Management District meets in Fortuna or Eureka, third Thursday of every other month. So right now the primary is Dan, and I don't know anything about this.
I would be happy to move to primary and allow whomever would like to become alternate, make a suggestion for that.
Does anybody else on the board have a want to be the primary for this?
I'll do an alternate.
You do not?
I'll do an alternate. I'll be a primary if you need me to, or an alternate, whichever.
I'm happy to move to primary and then someone can
So-
become the alternate.
One thing
If
though,
that's
I just
fine.
want to mention to you, Heidi, we are going to have, it looks like 8 NCRP meetings to go to this calendar year. We're gonna have 2 for NCRP, 2 for the ad hoc. So that's definitely travel for you to Eureka or Fortuna.
Either way is fine. I'm happy to serve, or if you would like someone else to, it's
No,
fine.
I'm just saying if you wanna,
It's pretty easy for me to travel to Eureka and Fortuna because it's a path, it's closer in a lot of ways than
Fair enough.
in other places.
so we'll go Heidi, Julia. Julia, you good with that?
I'm just fine.
North Coast Restart Partnership. So they have 2 primaries there. And they also did suggest, and they are paying for our lodging and our mileage out there. We got them to commit to that. So they did also ask in the, with my talks with Karen, that would Rick continue to be the alternate, because I think he went to the first meeting. So that was mentioned in my back and forth with,
You enjoyed that, Rick.
Oh, it was great.
yeah, no, it's probably one of the better groups that we go to. Again, it meets, well, now for us, it's gonna meet 8 times a year, Heidi, for 2 days. Good with that?
I'm fine with
Okay,
that.
let's leave that all the same then.
Okay.
North State Planning and Development Collective meetings, I don't know what that means. Page 4.
Oh, North State Planning and Development Collective, that is the California Jobs First. And they had invited me to join, and we actually, as a county, receive a stipend for my participation in that.
You in? You're in.
I don't know if there'll be a stipend again this year, but there was last year.
Fair enough. Partnership and action, path.
You forgot Northwest California Resource
sorry.
Conservation. I'll remain primary on that if that's okay, since I'm embedded in the developments and things that we're working on.
RC&D.
Yes, sir.
I'm happy to stay on as an alternate. I've never been engaged in it, but I'm happy to be there.
Yeah, maybe we'll meet one day and I'll give you the full scope of the.
Are we all good with keeping that the same?
Works.
Yeah, good. Okay, partnership path. It's myself and Heidi.
If anyone has any interest on that, I'm open to allowing someone else to explore that.
Can you describe it?
Yeah, path is a child-based committee that works from, is it 0 through 5, Heidi?
I think so, yeah. It's a lot of work around making sure like the dental van and
Yeah, all that.
like just that a lot of work with health
Juvenile.
opportunities being made equally available and especially focusing in on our younger citizens.
I do believe you extend beyond age 5, though.
It does. I think it's
0 to 5,
just youth in general, I think.
And it
School
seemed-
age.
It seemed like I went to all the meetings last year. It seemed like I was primary. It seemed like I was primary. Did it not to you?
It did seem like that because they're here. It's hard to always get here.
That's fine.
So if anyone else would like to explore that, I would be willing to step aside.
All right, so let's go with,
But the meetings you can attend them by Zoom, but they are here in Weaverville.
Yes,
So
they are.
it might be something, I don't know.
So are you thinking you're going to step into primary?
I could, I've been doing it,
Okay.
so we're gonna have, so I'm gonna be primary. And I guess we will look for another local, Jill or Rick as an alternate.
So because the meetings are Zoomed, it does seem like it could be a good fit for some more representation of our students from South County. There have been conversations before about what those kids' experiences are like because of the distance that they are, and it does seem like a good fit for some South County voice.
So, Julia?
Can do that. Yeah,
Okay.
it's a good idea.
PSA 2,
That I would like to remain on.
you would?
Yes.
And thanks for, if you had any help along that ditch they were in there.
Oh.
That was not good. Rick, are you good with the alternate?
Happy to stay on.
Okay, RCRC. Same.
Mhm.
Remote Access Network Board, RAN Board. Forney's
Has never met.
has never met. I want to be the primary.
Assign me to the one that doesn't meet, huh? Uh-huh.
I hate to take your job, but I'm gonna be the primary.
Okay.
And if it does meet, you can go.
All right.
The alternate will make Julia. How's that?
Perfect. I like that.
So it looks good on paper for you. Sierra Nevada Conservancy.
That's right.
I know,
Aren't you the?
Yeah, that's me and has to be me because
Yep.
the
good enough.
district one.
All right. And Social Service Transportation Advisory Council, anybody want? Dan was the chair. I was the vice chair. I have no want in that. Julia, you're it.
How often does that meet and what is the?
I have no idea. I think it meets every other day. No, I'm
What?
just kidding. I have no clue. Do you have a clue? Anybody?
We don't
Yeah,
know.
that's how important it is. Nobody knows.
Does it meet?
We don't know.
You know,
Okay.
Susie?
Let's get rid of it.
All right, we'll find out. Actually, Julia will find out
Oh, thank you.
as the,
Julia, you don't have to let him like pick on you
oh,
so
hang
much.
on
You
a
can.
second. Does that mean I have to do it?
I kind of think Liam,
I'm gonna act like I didn't see that. So it's gonna go Julia, Liam on that.
Perfect.
All right,
Right.
we're good?
My understanding is there's somebody online who can answer that question if you want. Sarah said from DOT.
Okay.
Perfect.
That's your pleasure. I think she put her hand up.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, so the STAC meets once a year and it's required annually for Transportation Development Act funds.
Okay.
Basically, it's just an advisory council if we want to raise any transit fares, any service changes, things like that. But yes, it's just once a year, usually around April.
I have a question. Is it typically, when it says chairman and vice chair, is that typically the chair of the board and the vice chair of the board? Of supervisors?
No, it's not typically. It just has to be two members of the board need to be part of the STAC, but for the past couple years, it was just Dan attending.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Let's
Be
go,
fine.
Julia and me.
Yep.
Sound good?
Anything
So
else?
it sounds like what Sarah was communicating though is that both board members do need to be there. And so if you haven't been attending, is that because it's a challenging time and you would like someone else to do it for
I
you?
have no idea. The two had to attend.
Oh,
That's why I
okay.
didn't attend.
Okay, got it.
Um,
Okay, so you're good.
yeah, I'm good.
Once a year around April, it
Once
sounded
a year, I
like.
could make that. Solid waste hearing panel. I think Julia has a want for that. Is that correct, Julia?
Yes.
Jump right in.
Bill, you're okay with that?
Yep.
Okay.
That's just one person. Okay.
How many do you have, Julia?
I have to-
I feel
I
like
have
you're loading
15.
up here.
No, I'm gonna let them all write it up for me when I'm finished.
anybody
because I
keeping a
don't know if
running
I've
total
got them
here?
all. But I think I have about 10.
Yeah, I
so
think,
far.
I think,
Sked. It's been,
A lot of them are alternates.
Rick.
I think that is
Uh,
important.
Yeah, I was also elected to the chair of that.
Say
So
again.
I was elected to the chair of that, so I.
So you're
probably
gonna
should
stay? Okay.
Or I'm sorry, no, I was not. I was thinking back to Nortec. No, I am on that. I would like to stay on that. I'm
Different
currently
one.
still working with them on their strategic planning.
Okay. Okay, last page.
So we need an
need
alternate
an
there.
alternate for that.
Do we have an alternate there?
I'm willing to be the alternate if no one else.
Those meetings are
This
in
is
Reading.
primary. You say,
Don't allow Zoom. Okay, so it sounds like Supervisor Carpenter Harris would like to
be the alternate?
be the alternate.
Okay. Last page. Trinity County Commission on Aging. Rick, you should be it because you're the oldest.
Thank you for that.
I'm close behind you.
This is another one that it says meets every month. I've never been invited to a meeting. Okay.
You've
So I
never
can-
been to one?
No, I've never been invited.
You don't know. Can we get rid of it?
So it's another one we can drop, it sounds like.
We can axe it.
Okay.
Okay. Trinity County Fire Chief Association. I know, Jill, that's a big one of yours.
I'm happy to stay.
Rick is alternate or,
Yeah, I would like to stay as alternate.
okay, good enough. We'll keep that the same. Fish and Game Commission, problem child of mine. Huh?
I'll do that.
Yeah, it's, so let me just kind of go over what has happened in the past there. It's an advisory commission to Fish and Game. It meets, every other month. It's like 7 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
A couple hours. The problem that we've had in the past is getting attendance, and the hardest thing was getting a secretary, which you have to have.
Mhm.
We had Ashley for a while, then we had, who was it before that? Yeah, Emma, and then there was no lady before that.
Is the
and
meeting here in Weaverville?
Meeting's right here where you said.
Okay.
So right now, there is nobody on this at all. There was about 4 members of TRRP on it. Some water issue came up. They all had to leave. And then it just kind of disbanded once, I think Ashley quit being the secretary. So we're gonna have to build this from the ground up. I've been talking to David Colbeck about, rousting up some people. And you can be anybody. The advisory commission had several people on it. I mean, we have to be on it, but there was several people. We don't even have to be the president.
Okay, I'm in.
You're
I
in?
would, yeah, I would like to work on this. I think it's important that we build this up.
All right, so you want to be the primary?
Sure.
And I'll be it's two primaries.
Okay.
So we will stay, we'll put Heidi in there. So we're gonna have to collaborate a little bit here and figure out some people. And we really don't need more than like 6 or 7.
Okay. I feel like I can build some enthusiasm around this.
All right, TMC, leave it the same.
I'm fine with that.
Opioid Safety Coalition, I like that. Good with that? Oh, well, you were gone, you got 18 committees.
Oh, good. Thank you.
And Weaverville Community Forest.
Jill, would you be interested in switching spots? You be the primary and I'll be the alternate,
Yeah.
if that's okay with everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we have to do the new investment district.
Advisory Board.
Okay.
And I have interest in that.
As do I.
What are we calling it?
Tourism Development Advisory Board.
I would support Supervisor Cox and Supervisor Lutweiler being in those roles.
It's kind of whatever it would be. It'd be like a joint primary, if you will, because both are needed.
I do want to be in that board. So between you two, who wants to be the other person?
Well, I'll leave it to Supervisor Litweiler.
Rick, you?
Yeah.
And anything else we need to introduce today? I'm good to go. Does anybody have any questions, concerns, wants, didn't get on something they did want? Everything is okay. We're all good with it. Do we have a tally of?
Do we need to read it back?
Yeah, do we have a tally? of
Into the
alternates
record?
And
No, I think we've captured it. I can tell that we've captured it, but do we do this by motion? Or is it just a consensus? Okay, then nope, we're good to go.
Well, thank you, everybody. I look forward to the positions and filling those roles throughout the next year.
do we have a number yet? But how many Julia got on here as a primary or an alternate? Because it felt kind of light.
I have a lot of alternate spots.
She's good. Was it light there? I mean,
Liam,
not that light's not that
Liam.
light's a bad thing.
Use your microphone.
The one, yeah,
Not that light's a bad thing, but it felt like it was light to me. That there wasn't a lot of primary for her.
and there's a list that I gave you that of the things that I would like, but if you look to look at those and see if that's, if
Would you
any of
like to
those.
quickly go over some of those and see what
If,
happened?
well, I think we talked about them but if there's any one of those that I could be primary on that I'm
Right.
not.
So you got on
would
fishing
be
game
all
as
right.
far as I can remember.
Nope, I'm not on fishing.
you're
game,
not on
which I'd
fishing
I would
game.
like to be.
Another option is that if the staff brought back what we put together at the next meeting, we could always change it.
Okay,
And then you have a chance to see it all finalized. How many are you on? How many alternates, primaries? I mean, we can go back through it.
She's on total of 12,
Say again,
She's on a total.
total of 12.
for Julia.
Mhm.
How many
That's
primaries?
a lot.
Here, if you look at this, excuse me,
That might
this
be
showed,
a year behind.
yeah, I'm just looking at the numbers. So I was on 12. You were somehow
They-
20,
They abused me.
14, 10. So 12 is about right.
All
Does
right,
that seem normal?
It's about average.
Four
We end up
primaries.
on about 12.
4 primaries.
Oh, then
No
yeah, that's good.
primaries. All right. So while we're here doing this, you got on LAFCO,
Mm-hmm.
you got on the solid waste, correct?
Yes.
You got on the Glen Trinity Community Action.
Mhm,
You got on the Highway 36, correct?
mhm.
You got on the Trinity County Commission of Aging, correct?
And behavioral health advisory.
Was that you that did?
Yeah, I didn't get on that one, the aging.
Okay, so you were good there. And Remote Access Network. Who ended up with that?
I'm just not,
The remote access network,
yep.
we deleted.
You, no,
We
yeah, no
deleted it?
meeting.
All right.
Oh, no, you
Liam's-
wanted that.
Liam's the chair.
You heard they didn't meet. You
Julie
wanted.
is the alternate.
Alternate.
One more time.
You're the chair. Julie is the alternate.
Okay.
Would you like to switch that around?
No,
They don't really meet.
Okay, we're good. Party's
A
over.
motion.
Good to go. All right, good enough. Thanks, everyone, for cooperating with that. I think we mostly got everything that we needed. And it was nice of Karen Gaffney to pay for our hotels and our mileage out there, which was very generous of her. Okay. Okay, here we go. Number E4. County Administrative Office, adopt a resolution delegating certain signature and approval authorities to the county administrative officer.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a resolution just to codify and document some what the administrative office considers administrative actions, and to try to reduce staff time in building reports and putting information in that often that 99.9% of the time is on a consent calendar. And we're just either, taking another 2 weeks to get these things approved, depending upon when they come in, or adding staff time, because every time we get an ABC license in, for an example, we got to get it in the front office, we got to build a staff report for it, we got to get it on the agenda, and then you got to look at it more than likely on the agenda, and then it just adds to the administrative time. So we're just trying to group a few of these things together that we've had on a to-do list for a little while, and we just got it together, and that's what you see on this resolution.
So I would make a motion to, oh, sorry, we got public comment, in or out?
I didn't know.
Nobody?
No hands raised.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve E4 as stated.
I'll second.
Okay.
Just only thing in comment, just I appreciate the effort to streamline on everybody's behalf. I mean, we've been trying to move in this direction to give you the authority that the position should hold. And I think you've just been cautiously leading us there to make sure that all the things were in place for that. So I appreciate your continuing to move it along.
Thanks.
I'm not sure what's involved with that beyond the ABC license, but never once in 4 years have I seen an ABC license challenged. So saving time for something that never is a problem makes sense.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Litwiler?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris?
Aye.
Okay.
We already have a nickname for you.
today.
E5, are we good? E5. County Administrative Office, discuss and provide direction to staff regarding a potential ballot measure for additional use and transaction sales tax in Trinity County on the June 2026 or November 2026 ballot. Potential additional 1% sales tax revenue for county services. CAO Tuthill.
Thank you, Chair. So this general topic of revenues has been discussed a number of times to include at our last budget hearings and our last budget final adoption. After that, we've talked about it in notional terms. Some individual discussions have taken place. We really haven't had a discussion in this forum on it. And as we're having the mid-year today as well as in a subsequent item, I wanted to put this on the board agenda for awareness and discussion and direction really as desired by the board. So the only ask out of this today is if you want me and staff to continue any time, resources on this now, or if this is something we, move down the road a little while. I just want us to be all moving in the same direction on this topic. We have talked about different revenue sources. There was discussion about CSAs. There was just county service areas. There was discussion about special districts. There was discussion about special taxes. There have been some groups that have met. Jill was leading some of those efforts. I think some of those efforts are still ongoing now, and there's still discussion ongoing about this. And I'm confident there's various opinions about what should and shouldn't be done. But I just wanted to continue the dialogue and to get direction as desired by the full board. There is a North State County, Butte County, who just had a successful 1% sales tax passed at this last November election. Although Butte is a Northern California rural county, they're much different than our county is from population and size and budget. They have an approximately a $1 billion budget, but believe me, they have the same financial issues. And let me just, instead of me paraphrasing it, I think it's important, I'm going to read directly out of Butte County resolution that was part of their process as they brought this measure forward. And I'm just anticipating that some of these items will resonate with some folks. I'm not going to read all of it. I'm just going to read some of the whereases. So whereas resident priorities include maintaining 911 emergency response time, addressing homelessness, preparing for, responding to, and recovering from wildfires and natural disasters, protecting children at risk of abuse or neglect, maintaining fire protection services and disaster recovery services, crime prevention, attracting and returning jobs and businesses in the county, maintaining 24-hour sheriff patrols, providing library services, and supporting veteran services, attracting and retaining qualified candidates for county employment, including law enforcement, prosecutors, and correctional staff for the Butte County Jail and firefighters, EMTs. Whereas the county has been experiencing significant financial challenges for many years and future budget estimates indicate that things are only getting worse. Whereas the county in recent years used one-time funding to avoid budget cuts in certain Amador fire stations and Butte County Library. So I think from that, you will probably hear some very similar stories and themes that we have had in our county. And like I said, we're not abnormal. Most counties are experiencing certain things like this. But just as an introductory to this, that's why it's on the agenda. There's not a real vote type decision that we're looking for, but more just, do you want staff to continue fleshing out this idea? Do you want us to do something different? Do you want us to go a different direction? Do you want something specifically brought back to the board at a given time for more of a decision, and then we can continue to move this discussion along.
So CEO Tata, what did they go from to tax wise? Were they 725 to
Yes,
825?
yes, they were what we are, and they increased by 1%. Mhm.
And
And keep in mind there, it's everywhere is different. They've got a number of incorporated cities, and that tax had some influence there, and they get some of that tax. So it's, again, comparing us to any particular county is, you always got to be careful when you do that. But there are some very similar activities. They just recognized during their last board meeting of December, of November, I'm sorry, that they're anticipating for the rest of this fiscal year, $11 million of additional revenue, and that will equate to about 119 positions in the county to fulfill some of those services that I had previously read.
what do we estimate us going up to on 1%?
So if we did a 1%, that it roughly is, a million, maybe a little over a million, but just for rough numbers, say $1 million is 1. And then it just 0.75% would be, 750, and then
Right, got it.
half would be
I mean,
500.
I think if we're gonna go for it, we should go for it. Go for the 1. What's Reading, 80?
We've got some numbers. I mean, I haven't done a whole lot of detailed analysis and gone out and looked at a bunch of other counties and done that. I mean, we had some preliminary numbers in there. This board saw this same topic in June of 22. There was a board item on there, and decisions were made to, at that point in time. So we can go and regenerate some of those things. We can refresh numbers. We can bring a report back to the board. We can do these things if that's the desire of the full board to keep moving this forward.
As chair, I don't see any
So do we need to take public comment before we talk about it?
public comment in or out of the room.
Well, I did have a question before we did that. So a couple of things. One is we had talked about at one point potentially working with a consultant like Butte County did. And so when you're looking for direction to continue to move forward or not, if the direction is to continue to move forward, that could include bringing back to the board, hey, we think we maybe should hire a consultant or not. I just want to make sure.
That could include that, yes.
Okay.
I've got the name of the consultant they work with. Little bit different circumstances there. They had a long-standing relationship with this consultant on, I would say, all things taxes and data collected for their county and kind of how different taxes were used. And I mean, they just didn't hire them solely for this. They leveraged an already existing relationship with this consultant. So we could certainly, reach out to them and have some discussions, but that could be part of the ask, yes, is bring forward this. We have had some members of the community that have stepped up graciously and said, hey, I would like to be, I would be willing to participate in an effort like that if that was something that the community got going. But I can save a little bit of that for future discussion if we want to continue that.
Okay. Yeah, and it's not so much that I love spending money with consultants, but we're a county that has unsuccessfully tried to tax others in our county and failed. So if you really want to be successful with something where we're taxing ourselves and others, we probably should have some help. And then the other question was, you specifically have here listed the sales tax. And as you said, we've talked about community assessments and TOT and all these other sorts of things. So are you kind of laser focusing in on this one because this is where you think, one, we get our biggest bang for the buck?
One, it's the biggest bang for the buck, and it's the least administratively challenging. So we've talked CSAs, Supervisor Cox and I have had meetings with Butte County Supervisor, CEO. She's extensively talked through this with LAFCO and Colette, and they are an option. but they are administratively heavy as well. I don't know if Butte County filled the position, but last time I talked to them, they were recruiting for a position to administer just their CSAs. I mean, they have 100+ of them. Again, it's yes, is the short answer to your question. Is I think this is the most bang for our buck and the most likelihood to help some of our financial challenges as we're looking forward.
Okay. And I can think of other reasons too. I just wanted to make sure I knew where you were coming from. Yes.
The other piece of information that may be helpful to you is that when we last met with our folks who are heavily involved in library efforts and animal control efforts, and we met here in this room with Colette and discussed what does it cost, what do you have to go through, what are the what's the anticipated likelihood that even if you spent all this money, which you do have to come up with on the face, LAFCO alone is a $10,000 deposit to just even say, we want to try. I think that there was consensus with at least those in this room that it's an even higher risk than placing something on the ballot. There's also the realization that what we do, because our needs are so broad, it needs to be a mindset that it's all for one and one for all. And this accomplishes that best.
No other questions for me at this time, Chair?
I think, after we see this budget for next year, that I think people will be more on board with, we're in bad shape. We need the money. And I think the bullet points that you read from Butte strike home with Trinity County equally as it would with Butte. So I think this is the chance to, strike all the fires.
Yeah, there were some, I've talked with the CAO down there extensively about this, and he's in the process of getting me some, sharing documents and that kind of stuff. If the decision is to move forward with this, but there's a couple other things just for consideration as this moves forward. They did have a mid 60% positive, success rate, voted yes for their measure. Couple factors, one of them was just an unfortunate natural disaster closely before the election hit. They had the big campfire down there, a lot of destruction, started out of Chico, went up into the national forest there. And, that was close on people's mind, resonated with them when they were voting. They also had a community member that was very well respected in the community, supported, got along with various organizations, and they really spearheaded the campaign part of it for them, and they went out and did a lot of campaigning. These are all things we could look at and address and do, but my rationale for bringing this, keeping this topic relevant is the longer we talk about it, the more that eats into our campaign time. And, if you look at June potentially or November, our 18-ish months is going to become very quick. And by a blink of an eye, we're going to be talking, we're looking at budget development. We're looking at the next year's budget, and it's going to be October, before we know it. And then it's going to be like, oh my gosh, where'd that go? And now we're going to be scrambling again. And if we do that, our likelihood of failure is high. Our likelihood of failure is still real, even if we plan now and put the best plan together, and the community, the county registered voters may not support this still. But with that, there is going to come some levels of services that are not going to be as accessible as they were in the past to them.
I think I interrupted with my question of us going to public comment, so I guess we need to go back to that.
Public comment in or out of the room. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Barbara Jelisich from the Friends of the Library. And we've been meeting and talking to the animal shelter folks. And I know Trent read a big wish list of things they'd spend their money on, but they're also talking about $44 million in Butte County from their 1%. You know, Jill suggested at our meeting, and I think it's a good idea, that we not have a bunch of different things on the ballot of different, say yes to this tax, yes to this tax. It's hard enough to pass one thing in Trinity County for an increased tax rather than having a couple that we join together. So we're working out those details. The animal shelter feels pretty strongly. They like to go for 1% sales tax and have it be 50% plus one. A lot of people in the library, we're going to do a email poll here this week, feel strongly that they've heard from people that say, I won't vote for a sales tax unless it's specified. It needs to be specific. It will go to, and it's possible we could have 3 things in there. You know, what the budget we've had for the library doesn't have to continue. You know, I think we could look at a part-time certified librarian. I don't know about the animal shelter budget, what's the lowest they could work with. You know, I've met with Christine and asked that. I think she's working on that, but if we had $1 million, it's possible we could have 200,000 or something to go to some other third cause. But just want to let you know what we're working on, and we're thinking that we like the sales tax. I was very in favor of CSA because I thought it could be 50% plus one and go through, but it's not. It's 66%, 2/3, and so and 2/3 will be hard to get. We may not get it, but I don't know. Like I said, we're going to send an email with about 300 people on a mailing list and see what those 300 people think. Some people might say, let's go for 50%. If it doesn't pass, come back in again and get those people that won't vote for it if it goes into the general fund. I don't know. Thank you. I'm glad that you're looking forward to doing it now and getting it started because, you know, June 26th will be upon us. Thank you.
Ben?
Ben Kellogg, Weaverville. Boy, time flies when you're having fun. It's already afternoon. Trent and Jill hit it on the head with their comments. This is going to be a very hard lift on for so many reasons. I think my personal opinion would be that we don't, even though we have a slew of things that we need to pay for in this county, that we do pick 2 or 3 things that the community really wants. My opinion, we go for shelter, the library, and because it's going to be such a hard lift, I think we need some type of public safety enticement. My personal opinion is that we do a fire department component. I think the sheriff, even though the sheriff's department does have all these needs, they're $11.5 million ahead of the fire department. And I'm looking at the list from the staff report, and we're talking about things like cutting workers' compensation for the fire districts. We're talking about things like cutting the Amador contract. You can't do both. You can't not invest in your local volunteer fire department and cut the Amador contract. For people who don't know, the Amador contract is your CAL FIRE contract. That is for off-season. That is for, you know, that's the model to provide fire protection when CAL FIRE would otherwise downstaff their fire stations. So if you don't give money to your local fire department and you don't downstaff CAL FIRE during the winter, then where is our fire protection? Where is our EMS? Are we just going to run an ambulance to everything? That doesn't make any sense. So realistically, having putting money towards the local fire departments and the Amador contract to make sure that is, fulfilled every year makes sense to me. Looking into something like consolidating all of our small volunteer fire departments into one, so there's less administrative costs. One department goes after the grant, not 12 different people go after the grant. Things like that should happen. That's what everyone else does. That's what we should start thinking about quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben.
No new hands. Could I make? So are we doing a general fund or a specific? Those are the questions, right? Specific tax or a general tax? And my concern is that we won't get enough people interested unless it is for, and I'm speaking for my part of the district, roads or safety, sheriff patrols, because they're already paying taxes that they don't get services for. So that's the pushback that I think you'll see. And it's hard to make, to buy the things they need to buy now. So you add another tax, which, I'm up for the conversation, but I'm actually not really for another tax, I think. But we will, I'm up for the discussion. I'm up for finding more, more about it. But I think it's a faceted thing, budget, working on the budget still. And if we did this, it has to be for some, put towards specific things. That's my opinion. But, and that's what the people that, out in the rural districts are going to, that's the argument that they'll make.
We have some clarity on the Amador contract. My understanding is not in alignment with what I heard from public comment, and maybe I'm wrong, but could you bring some clarity into the room for that? What I thought was that just let you think. What I thought was that the Amador contract was a previous training contract, and we dropped that in lieu of a different approach. We did fund training to the tune of, I think, $15,000 and left that in the hands of our battalion chief, CAL FIRE battalion chief, who through then the fire chiefs decide what that training is going to look like. And so we are providing that training, and they were thrilled to see that renewed at that funding level.
We did do that in this last budget, yes.
Yeah.
But those are types of discretionary things that we will need to have more discussion on as we move forward when less and less discretionary money is available.
Agreed. Yeah. Thank you.
I didn't hear all of Julia's comments there. Can you see if that will kind of encapsulate that, what she said there? I didn't get it all.
Just a concern of what the tax would go for, and that roads and public safety in the more rural parts of the county, especially her district, would be a focus item. One way that Butte County addressed that was they put in various resolutions leading up to the official vote. They put what types of services that this money would go to. You can't commit to it. You can't put money towards it. You can't do any of that kind of stuff, because then it becomes a special. I mean, there's lots of, as you know, there's lots and lots of rules associated with this, what you can and can't do. But there was commitments from their board that this is what they would do with that additional money. Now, understand that that necessitates a relationship and a trust factor between the county voting constituents and the board, and how all that money would be spent. So I get the sometimes desires to not support these type of activities, and the concerns that all this money just goes into the big mysterious general fund and it goes away. Well, that big mysterious general fund is is very transparent and open to the public. And we go through that process every single year. The next budget item is a part of that. And, I don't believe it's a big mysterious general fund if people choose to understand it and dive into it. There's some cost associated with people and services that I don't like. I don't like paying certain things. I think things are expensive, but people are expensive, and providing services at a county governance structure versus just a personal level for your own family, your own residence is a whole different scope and responsibility as well. And there needs to be a realization for that. So that there's some methodologies to go and stay in the general sales tax arena, but commitments from this board as far as what that money would be spent on, understanding that the board makeups changes, and I realize all that, but again, if the decision is made to move this forward, there are ways we could explore to help to possibly gain a little bit more of that confidence and gain a little bit more of that support from a voter constituency perspective.
May I share? I from my seat, I really am, I would really be grateful and encourage you to continue looking into these options and discovering ways to move forward. I also agree with Supervisor Brown that some of the folks in my district may not see the same level of value in the library and animal control as the folks that live here in Weaverville and in Hayfork. So there's a challenge, with that, making sure that we look into the ways to provide the things that people have. Like, my inbox is mostly impacted with roads and law enforcement. Those are the two things that I hear at the post office, at the bus stop, wherever I go. Those two things are the first things that come out of my constituencies' mouths in general, as a blanket overstatement. So I do believe that some component of this would have to be guaranteed to meet those needs in order for you to get my district's folks to vote for this. I do like the sales tax because it's kind of equivalent to a consumption tax. The more money you spend, the more money you pay on taxes. So it does spread the tax burden across the socioeconomic groups. The folks that buy larger items, well, they pay more because they can afford to, and it prevents it from bearing down on our lower economic folks. I would be against putting additional taxes on property owners, because I feel like property owners already bear a significant burden of the tax take in our county. So from where I sit, I want you to continue to explore this. I am in agreement with the sales tax as a way to increase revenue, but I am saying that it's going to be important, I think, to get rural county to look at compensating our local volunteer fire departments in some way, ambulance services in West County, and probation, and roads.
So
Thank you, Supervisor Carpenter Harris. So on the roads piece of things, we recognized Panos earlier today, and a big part of what they talk about with the state for roads, and this again is just not our county, is the gas tax and how that has evolved over about the last 5 years or so as there have become more and more electric vehicles around. So you have two graphs that are not meeting each other very well at all as far as the available maintenance funds for roads. That doesn't mean that, this board couldn't decide to put general fund towards that, but, that is not what typically happens. And, when you look at a very significant road project, but in the grand scheme of things, a very small road project down at Rusenia right now, that's $2.6 million gone at the blink of an eye. And that project isn't even done yet. I mean, they've had some change orders that have come in. There's been some more slips that have happened throughout the winter. There's going to be some more work that's going to need to be required on that come spring when we can get heavy equipment back in there again. So those price tags on road projects are extremely, extremely expensive. So I would encourage folks, that have those roads concerns to address those to their elected, their elected supervisors. But they also have to recognize that the state and the federal policies play a big role in that. And they need to also remember those same frustrations, when it comes election time and who they're telling those frustrations to.
I have a question, and this is just a curiosity. Is there any way to, in our county, attach a tax to the electric charging stations that would be equivalent to what we would receive from a gas tax? Can we do that in our county, or is that something that we need to push on a CSAC level with the state to say, we're losing revenue, but the vehicles are using the same road as the gas using vehicles? We need to somehow compensate for that. Or is there a way that if we issue a electric charging station permit, maybe for a home or whatever, that there's some way to grab a hold of some dollars that, because they're not paying the gas taxes by recharging at home?
Well, there are multiple,
know.
there are multiple alternatives being pursued for changes to relate to the gas tax. And it could be a mileage-based tax. It could be, a number of different things that they're looking at because they do realize the big impact.
Right, but a mileage-based tax would absolutely destroy the people that live here and live in other remote regions, because I travel so many more miles than my friends who live in a 15-minute radius of work, home, grocery store, athletic events, right?
But don't you think that also already shows up in your gas tax?
It does, but I think it would be even worse.
And that's why they're working through so many models and everything else, trying to figure out what is the right fair way to make the adjustments. But I don't know the answer to your question about whether you could add a tax on top of electric charging. I don't know.
I don't know that off the top of my head either. I know, that there are lots of rules associated with charging stations. Some of it depends upon if it's private, if it's county, where it would land. There is just the item that was on, consent today, that letter of support for a potential grant that RCRC is working on our behalf, is dealing with some, potential planning phases of a EV charging station program in Modoc, Trinity, and Siskiyou counties. So again, it's in the planning stages. There's that topic gets very complicated quickly, I would say.
Well, at the end of the day, I think we should move forward with exploring this.
So I also think we should pursue, but I have to say I came in with a different understanding and perspective. So I've heard us talk about roads and law enforcement. I've heard us talk about libraries and animal shelter. I came in thinking we only got through this year with this level of pain because we carried forward 1.19 million. So if we don't have that, if that's the right number, if we don't have that carryover next year, then we got to cut 1.9 million more, which assumes nothing increased in costs, which we know it will. Insurance will go up. Health insurance, liability insurance, all kinds of things will go up. We've agreed to terms with our workforce groups, representation groups, that will continue to increase our costs every year for the next forever. And so when I saw this as this is to keep us from bleeding to death later, not to go back and save things we've already cut. So that's just my perspective. I assumed that these other groups, TASA, Friends of the Library, were pursuing other things, and that this was, we're holding the county together. If you guys, whoever you guys is, I think there's a lot of people interested in both the animal shelter and the library, want to make something happen, go make something happen. I did not see this as trying to solve that problem.
That is a fair statement, and thank you for clarifying that. If we had another, just hypothetically, we had another $1 million, would we be able to, fully fund the library and the shelter and the sheriff? No, we wouldn't. We won't. Things we often just kind of subconsciously, forget is, we significantly cut the probation department. We cut the assessor's office. We cut the auditor's office. We cut the DA's office. We cut all those. And then, you're starting to see some of those challenges when it takes longer to get a response time on something. It takes longer to get, data out of an organization. We have more hours, or less hours that are open to the public for certain areas. We have things that we're going to have to do. And yes, a majority of this is to really stop the bleeding, if you will, looking years into the future. I don't want to sit here and we couldn't sell it as, if we got this $1 million, well, then we could, fully fund the libraries to what they were. We could fully fund the animal shelter. We could fully fund the sheriff's department, because we couldn't. I mean, we are limping by, in a number of areas right now. And I've heard it. I'm sure you've heard it too, that, the public safety is decreasing, and we want to, be as a safest community as we can, which I wholeheartedly agree with that. But with that, there's resources we have to put towards that. And that's just not sheriff patrols. That's, fire, that's probation. That's a lot of different entities that are involved with safety. But yeah, we do need to message it right, that, if there was a sales tax, it wouldn't solve all of our financial issues, especially when you look at a 3 to 5 year plan and the cost. If anything, if those trend lines stay anything like they were the last, even if you go back 10 years, because 5 is pretty steep. If you go back 10 years and can you continue that trend line, we still have significant challenges ahead of us.
Yeah. And I remember that you and we took heat when it seemed like a shock and awe approach when we were cutting the budget for the library and the shelter. And as you tried to communicate at the time, we've been trying to say this for a while. We've been hinting at this. We talked about it last year and so forth. And I think we're in that same boat where, as we move forward, I think people need to start thinking about this, not as am I okay with increasing my taxes, or am I okay in losing all these services? Because that is what we're facing. We will have fewer deputies on patrol. We will have fewer resources fixing the roads. We will have fewer people providing all the services that people just expect the county to deliver. That will happen if we don't come up with new revenues. It just is. So choose that rather than I do or don't want to pay another bit of tax. So I think we should absolutely pursue this. I don't think this is going to solve our problems either. I think it's going to help us continue to get by without very harsh cuts if we're successful in this. And even that is going to take a while to do. So we're still going to have a hard year next year. But then I think we're still going to have to look beyond this at other things. And I don't like paying taxes any more than anybody else, but I think that's our reality. I'll step off my soapbox.
No, I agree. And I think if we don't do this, we're going to lose services. People are going to come in here with wants for everything. And those wants are going to, if granted, are going to take away from services. That's where we're at now. If you want something, you get it. Someone else is losing something. Will $1 million save the day for us? No. But, we got to get something with revenue flat, inflation through the roof. If anybody's paying attention to economics in Trinity County, they should know this is not sustainable the way we're going. We need to do something. I just wanted to ask you too about Butte. So Butte ran it up as we're going to do X, Y, Z, but then they put it on the ballot as a 50+1. So they had good rapport with their constituents, I would say.
Yeah.
I think we start right away. It's gonna take it in Trinity County.
So if what I'm hearing then is direction to keep the conversation going, to bring back to the board some more details, if you will, as far as resources, cost, timeline, some suggested methodologies for the campaign effort that would be required to potentially pursue a 1%. And it is 1% versus something lower.
Yes, sir. How much did the consultant cost, do you know, down there?
I don't know all those details yet.
Ask them.
No.
And how long can we do a temporary tax? And give it a chance to see what it will do? And end that if it doesn't seem to be doing what it's supposed to do? I mean, it's just kind of a different question, but.
So you can do sunset clauses on tax measures, though from a legal perspective, it's never recommended.
Okay.
Because the effort and time that goes into creating it is a lot. But at any point, if the board determines they don't need it anymore, you can forgive or waive a tax. So that's a better mechanism to utilize versus having a sunset, but having the board have the ability to come back in later if it's not needed, and reverse it without going back to the people.
Okay. Assurances to the taxpayers, I think that there's a, it's justified. That's going to be the hard one. They want to see the budget cut. They don't want to see more taxes. And that's a hard, you know, I don't have an answer for that sometimes.
Component from my viewpoint to this is going to be education. Because those people so in this time that I've been working with folks from the animal shelter and the library, they get it. They understand, and they're working like crazy to fill in as much of those needed dollars as they possibly can. And so educating the rest of the folks who, yes, on the face of it, you live your life every day and you say, wow, I'm paying my tax and it's challenging and stressful as I watch my homeowner's insurance go crazy and the cost of groceries and all the things, right? And then you have somebody coming to you saying, well, we can't even assure your safety unless you pay a higher tax. And on the face, that feels really egregious. But being educated into the nitty gritty of what are those, we've already talked about unfunded mandates till we're all blue. And then we've talked about the rising cost of all of the components that go along with the cost of having employees, which must be supported. We've talked about our, a retired annuity piece. But as an example, there is a member of one of those, library animal shelter conversations who is a retiree from Trinity County. And he's expressed it right from his own seat. I get it. I see the cost of me to the county, which is important. And so I just think that we're going to figure out a way to give people all the information that they need to understand those things that we understand, because we've been sitting here digging into it. That's not something that the, I would say normal citizen does on a regular basis. They're living their lives, which they should be. So when we go to do that real campaigning piece, that educational component that breaks it all down and lets us see nobody is hiding money in some corner. Nobody is frivolously spending money on something that doesn't need to be there. This is just real. And if we don't have it, this is what's going away, is in my opinion going to be the really important piece.
Yeah, it's a tough sell, especially when we have the majority of our population here that are elderly that don't want to pay more tax. They're broke.
The benefit, though, of a sales tax is that everybody who passes through 299 is also contributing to us. So it's not just the burden of the people that live here every day. It's every single person who buys a Pepsi or buys a bag of chips or gets, groceries on their way to the lake and they don't, all of those people will be helping to contribute to our needs as well as part of the utilization of our county. So it's one of the best ways to get an across the board equal, if you can be, input into the county finances rather than hyperfixating on only property owners or only businesses or what have you. So, I mean, this is, in my opinion, it's the most equitable way to try to raise funds with the whole county approach, because whether they buy the stuff at the Sire store, or they buy it at Liam's store, or they buy it at the lake, the tax is going to go to everyone. So,
Another thing to keep in mind with people, probably less than 50% of the stuff you buy is taxable. The potato chips, the groceries you mentioned, not taxable. So
prepared food is though. So
what's that?
Prepared food is.
Well, prepared food is, but I bet you on the whole, out of a year, you might spend 40% of what you spend on taxable items. Not that we could, we could use it all, but I think sometimes people think that everything they buy is taxable when you put this on. And it's really the minority of things that are taxable. Your grocery bill will not go up any because of this.
That's true.
It won't.
Consumables, that's
Your
true.
consumable, your food will not go up, your milk won't go up in price. Vegetables, tomatoes, fruits, all will not be affected by this. It's more like, getting tires, something like that are taxable. But the average thing in holiday market, I would say holiday market probably runs at 75-25 taxable to non-taxable situation there.
I would say as we give this direction to staff, one of the things that I think would be helpful to dive into and figure out the balance of is we hear from public comment that we're going to receive more support if we're very specific and we do that special tax. But attaining that 2/3 vote is enormously challenging. You said mid-60s for Butte County. Do you know the exact percent? Did they get a 60?
It was like 68 is what they hit. They were projecting like 64, 65. I think they went a little bit above just because of some of the natural events that were going on.
Okay, so they hit a special tax threshold without putting it on as a special tax.
They would have, but they didn't project that.
Yeah. So that's whatever we can do to figure out, and I don't know how we take a guess at that, but that would be a piece to look into, which way to go.
You have what you need?
Yes, we're good.
Okay.
All right. We are adjourned and we have nothing.
No,
Six.
we got one more item. E6.
Oh, sorry. E6, County Administrative Office receive a mid-year budget review for 24-25 and authorize the CEO and auditor controller to sign the budget adjustments necessary to provide contingency in the amount of $89,878 to Risk Management Department 1890. Increase in general fund appropriations in the amount of $89,878 for risk management.
Great, thanks, Chair. I'll do a quick introduction on this, and as usual, Susie will take care of any of the hard questions. But we have done a similar review process that we did last year. The documents that are presented in front of you that were attached to the agenda item are very similar as last year. We went through in conjunction with the department heads and their fiscal staff members, each one of these items, line item by line item, and look through there and we put some, categories and some bookends on, what we were looking for and what would flag something as a concern. And, those items, again, that are in front of you are those watch list areas. I will say that, overall, again, based upon a very tough budget last year and a reduced budget, based upon those guidelines, we are operating within those guidelines fairly consistently across the board. And I thank and commend department heads for doing that and being diligent about, the cuts that we're take those to heart and really live within the means, if you will, that we have that we have provided for them, or that we were able to provide for them. But with that, there are some areas that we're watching. There's no, I would say, there's a couple items of concern, yes, but I don't think they're of surprise to you when you look at them, because they're topics we've talked about before. The one item of contingency that is here, that is based upon an insurance claim and payment that originally was assigned to solid waste, which is an enterprise fund, but it was incorrectly assigned, and it needs to come back to general fund now. So we need general fund money to address that, versus being able to use it or being able to that having it properly assigned to a enterprise fund department. So that is not a misuse of funds or an inability of any particular department to spend within their means. That was just more of an auditing error that we need to correct. So with that, I will pause, and then we can dive into any specific questions that any of the board members have or public.
I have a few questions. On the revenue side, on environmental health, I was curious what the barrier is to processing for those receipts.
Yeah, so, yep, Christy's here still. So I'll talk it in general terms, and Christy can talk the specific environmental health ones, but you'll notice most of our revenues are, I would say, a quarter-ish behind on, the expenditures. And a lot of that is due to timing of, one, when this data was pulled, and then two, how quote invoices are submitted to get those reimbursements back. Some of that deals with, state and federal money. Some of that is internal general fund money. How we allocate it around based upon, again, auditors' timelines and that kind of stuff. So when we do, shrink all of the departments, it takes us longer to process things, even just internally, let alone externally, when we need to go out to get revenue reimbursements from external sources. So it's kind of a combination of why it takes longer. And then you might think to yourself, well, why don't you guys just bill monthly, or do that stuff monthly, because then it would be faster. Well, that's more admin time, that's more time you do that. So you bill quarterly, and that's most of the time where it's just, say hypothetically, if you bill quarterly, then you add 4 times a year you're doing that admin stuff. Well, it's like, well, what if we just did it semi-annually? Well, then you don't know if you've got issues either, and you have less time to correct anything if you do it that far. So quarterly is about right, but it does take some time to get the admin process of invoices and being reimbursed, and then those to reflect in our revenues and expenditures. And then the other piece of it is, oftentimes those funding sources come from outside our control. So that is another aspect of it. And Christy can bump on and increase any of that, or Susie.
Well, as a follow-up question to that, just to build on that. So if we're on an accrual basis and we are submitting to a funding source that they should be giving us this much, and we believe that they should based on the deal that we have with them, are we reflecting that as a submission that we're waiting on, or do we not count it until we get it? Because
We-
accrual would tell me you don't wait till you get it, that's cash.
So it doesn't reflect in our, so what we're looking at is what actually posts to our general ledger. So we're on a modified accrual,
Modified
meaning,
accrual. Okay.
we don't reflect the revenue in our general ledger until we get it. However, if we do accrue it back to match the period on when, the fiscal year on when the revenue was earned. So for example, if we do services in June and we are billing at the end of that quarter, we're not going to receive that revenue until July or August because we couldn't bill in June for the services we're going to provide it on June 30. When we receive that revenue in July and August, the revenue gets accrued back and reflected in our general ledger as if we did receive it in June.
But the expenses get
But
recorded as
The
they happen.
expenses get recorded as they happen.
So it's always going to be,
So there's,
so like environmental health is going to say, here's all the money I'm spending. I can't really tell you yet about the money I'm going to get because I have to wait till I get it to tell you about it.
got to bill it till I tell you about it. Yeah. And when we're looking at mid-year, I'm pulling data on like January 2nd for the first 6 months of the fiscal year. When I pull data on January 2nd, that does not give departments time to have also pulled that data for all of their expenditures through December 30th to have processed and posted, and then to pull that data and send out those invoices and be paid already for it to reflect in their revenues. And so that's another reason why we see those hovering more around like that 25, 30-ish% as opposed to being closer to the 50%, because there's a timing on when they're able to, when they can actually bill, because they have to have incurred the expenses. And then when the agencies that they're billing are then able to turn around and process within their own processes and get money back to us.
Sorry for the diversion, Supervisor Cox, but it was just wanted to clarify as part of your question.
Yep, nope, that helps. And so I guess if anything is a little higher level, what you're seeing right here at this time, does it concern you?
No,
Okay.
not at this point.
Okay. I'm good then. Can I move on to the next? Did you have something else you wanted to share for more clarity? Because I think it's good for the public to hear, you know, what you have to offer. If there's something else you want.
Susie hit the nail on the head.
You're good? Okay, all right. My next question is to do with the planning and zoning. Again, in the revenue, if the $373,000 is realized, then what percentage of revenue would be accurate for this mid-year review?
If once that 373 comes in, then they will have met their budget projections for the year as a whole.
Okay.
So they're trending in the right direction. We're watching closely. We're going to work with Tracy and Ed and Christy at the moment as acting. But we're watching that closely and working with them to make sure that that does come in. But
Okay.
I've checked with Tracy and she is confident that the expenditures that they have billed for that are eligible expenditures and that we will have no issues receiving that revenue and meeting that revenue projection.
Okay.
Jill, if I may, this is the LOTA grant, and there have been some issues going back and forth getting a reimbursement on this. There's one little aspect that will be brought forth at the next board meeting. I'm pretty confident on if we can get a couple items lined up. There's about a $9,000 difference between what we've been able to work some funding through Connie and Stewart and some of her available funding. But there's a piece of the LOTA grant that the Forest Service needs, and there's some forms that need to be submitted and some work they need to do as part of the environmental assessment. It equates to about $29,000. It was not part of this original grant application. And that's why we've been working with Connie to see if she's got some funding sources to bridge that. And we've come up with all but about, it's just under 9,000 of that. But we got to flush out and finalize all those details, and that will then come back to you guys as well.
Okay, wow. Okay. On probation, Is that kind of the same story with what we shared with environmental health? It's all those same pieces.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And then, not sure how to, I'll just ask the
You said
question.
easy.
When we first started with the Natural Resources Division, we thought that we were going to be able to be quite dependent on work that the RCD and the Watershed Center were going to need that would lean heavily on that division and fund a significant amount of it. Then we saw, well, yes, that need and intention still is there, but it was delayed. My question is more like, if those two entities, and I'm probably just asking the wrong people, if they saw that, wow, we're like glorious vision is quickly becoming flawed reality, and we saw that the division maybe was going to fail, is there a projection that it may change their level of engagement and need to where that funding could potentially increase?
I do not believe the potential funding would increase, but we're having some challenges in this arena and working through some issues with the natural resources area. And this number that you're seeing is more than we had projected at the last, well, a few board meetings ago, but the last time we had this topic of discussion at a board meeting. And it doesn't have as much to do with the partners that we're bringing for some of the money. It's more some other issues we're working through.
Okay. The increased, the projection of such an additionally increased ask in that division is enormously concerning to me. So put that out there.
Yeah, and if I may just clarify on that, I'm glad Trent, you clarified that, because my understanding too was it's not that those partners aren't making opportunities available for us to earn the funding that they committed to. We just haven't been taking advantage of them fully. And those are two very different things. But like you, I mean, this like 7% confidence level at this point in this area. But I also know it's maybe a little higher than that, because I know that Trent is all over it, but still it's pretty bad when you come in halfway, not even halfway through the year and say, I need 80 grand. And then you come back 2 months later or less and say, oh, I need to up that by 50%. So, but again, see how Tuthill has said, he's aware, he understands, he's dealing with it. So that's the only reason I'm not, well, I guess I am beating on it, but I'm at least holding on.
Yeah. Okay, I skipped over auditor. Sorry about that. I was curious if we, if at all, is there an ability to make any changes in this area resulting in the stabilization of that required MOE payment that we have to make? And if there is, that if it lies out there, then what kind of staff time or effort would those changes require? Or maybe it's not even possible.
Yeah. So this happens just to fall under the auditor because it's really revenue and expenditures that we get in that have to do with the courts in essence. So this would be another perfect topic to take to the larger organizations such as RC, CSAC. It is California based, so NACO wouldn't probably play into it, and see if other counties are having the same challenges and concerns. As you know, the cost for the courts has changed over the years from a state perspective. And this is one of those areas that, I'm not exactly sure if it's just Trinity County. I don't think it is. But, what plan they had put in place a number of years ago doesn't seem to be playing out. And, there's some additional funds that are needed to compensate for their plans at the time. And, I'm not sure if that should be a, general fund use or if that should be something else taken up. But good topic for discussion at a larger multi-county level.
Okay, thanks. And then just one question. Under the expenses side, in the planning, where do those unanticipated expenses lie? It says there is the potential for a slight increase in the general fund need. And so there's some unanticipated expenses that we weren't aware of during budget adoption.
So it's not necessarily unanticipated expenses as far as when those expenditures are realized. So like for PERS UAL, workers' comp, all that is fully expended on the department at the very beginning of the fiscal year. And it's not spread out over the whole fiscal year.
So it's not a what or a how much, it's a when.
Expense, if you will, is done right up front because we pay all that right up front because it's a little cheaper for us in the longer run versus if we spread it out over the entire year or paid it at the end of the year, it's going to be more expensive for us. So we pay it right up front, and then over the entire course of that fiscal year, those revenues that come in then start to balance out those expenditures. So if you look at that, that's part of the comment there is if you look at all those, then the department is at about where they should be.
Sounds like the wording may be scarier than the reality.
Okay, that's what I'm hoping. So I was kind of rereading there. Admin will watch it closely over the second half of the fiscal year and work with the department. To me, because it requires your oversight, it kind of triggered well, then what's changed from what we thought?
Specifically, it's just because once we take out those one-time expenses like Trent was talking, then they've used 55% of their budget as of December 31st or January 2nd when I pulled the data. But so they've used just over half. And so it's just an area we want to keep an eye on. The planning budget has struggled in prior years also. So it's just based on prior year trends. I just want to make sure that we don't find ourselves in a situation where they're struggling again this year and it's a surprise at the end of the year is why the admin will watch statement is in there.
Okay, but it still concludes with there is a potential for slight increase. Going to ask for some
There kind of always
contingency
is.
Okay.
But
All right.
it's just because they're hitting at that 55% instead of 50% or below.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's the end.
I have some, but I think Supervisor Brownfield has some.
One, so again, the tightening of the budget, you know, those types of things my constituents in the county looks at, the public looks at and goes, you know, that's 128,000 or that's 80,000, you know, those are the things that they're looking at and they tell me about. So that's, you know, those are they avoidable? Maybe not, but it's a lot of money. So we have to really be careful about how we spend.
Yeah, I concur that is a lot of money, you know, and that's why we will be having this. We've had multiple discussions in this room about this topic, and we'll continue to have that, and where it lands on the priority list. You know, there's some big actions that are happening when you put on the natural resources umbrella with, you know, within the federal agencies and then within a lot of the other, you know, nonprofit organizations that are heavily involved with natural resources. So, you know, is there a mechanism to where, you know, the county voice is heard in those? That's going to be the real question in my mind that the board is going to have to ask themselves if we want to continue this concept versus, but like I said, there's some other issues going on there that we're working through right now that is separate from the concept.
Sure, I had, go ahead. I have a few questions. One, I guess at the very highest level, I gather, but I want to just confirm, I'm not sensing that you have any concern that we're going to exceed our contingency money this year.
Not at this time. No.
Okay, so something unforeseen could happen, but as you see it now, when you look detail and you've lived this for decades, some of you, you don't see this as pushing past our contingency fund. So that's one. I know before we didn't have the ability to do forecasting because we were dealing with very antiquated system. Am I correct that we've moved to a new system, and is it beyond my dreams that we someday are actually having forecasts from these departments that says I may be behind by this and that and so forth, but I am forecasting X?
I would say that's still in the dream phase. You know, we have made some, I would say, significant progress, and we're doing more learning each day, each month, and there's more tools via training that we are becoming aware of. There's more modules that are out there that the software is providing. So I think our ability to look into the future is gonna be more, but just the way we operate on a fiscal year is gonna not allow that as much as in the private industry. But it will allow us to, you know, work off of what our known revenues are gonna be. And that's why we're starting to have discussions, you know, hey, we're looking at next year and it's not necessarily looking bright. You know, we're not saying, well, we're looking at 5 years into the future and we can, you know, be in a debt mode or carry a lot of debt for 5 years and we're going to project all these profits and losses on it. You know, we're not in that mode, but we are in a mode of trying to look forward to next year. So, you know, come, you know, September time period when we're doing budget hearings, that a lot of this stuff isn't a surprise. You've already heard it. You've heard it during mid-year. You've heard it previous years. You've heard it during different, you know, CEO reports or department head reports. You've heard the themes before, and it's not a surprise you're hearing this again.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, Susie knows from some of our discussions, even though it doesn't maybe appear like it in public, I have tempered my expectations quite a bit. But as you say, I'm used to corporate America, publicly traded companies, high focus on quarterly earnings. So every month we would have actuals to forecast a percent difference, an explanation of why it's different, a forecast of where it will be by the end of the year, which gave you the opportunity to come back and say, well, then what are you cutting to make sure that that ends up where it should be? Or where are we cutting elsewhere in the company to make that happen? And I get we're not there, but I do see us getting closer to that. And I'll just keep dreaming and then we'll keep moving. Yeah, the other areas I had environmental health, which I was glad to see, and my focus there was more because of, and Christy knows what I had raised the concerns about the specific money we were using for some new services, if you will. But again, Trent has been able to assure me we're on track. Natural resources, I share Supervisor Cox's concern and glad it's being addressed. The other three that I had were all jail related. So I don't know if we have somebody on the line from the sheriff's department, but jail health, I saw 31.3% of revenue, but 53% of expenses. Jail, 26% of revenue, 64% of expenses. And sheriff, 31% of revenues and 61%. And Susie was able to explain to me that we have hit these and other departments with one-time charges that are the full year costs, which makes the expenses look inflated. And then revenues, as we've been hearing, kind of press in. So I'm just curious, especially maybe with jail health, because I know we've been looking at different funding options for that. If there's any sort of update we can give that looks better than these numbers do.
What's that?
There you go.
I'll start in general terms with jail health specifically. So we don't have enough numbers yet to make a determination, you know, as far as what those projections are going to be. We have started to do the training and the time allocation so we can get some of those numbers, and then we'll have a better idea as far as what that really means. We have been working, you know, and I'm not sure, I can't see who's online here on this screen, but I think you guys might, if either Tim or Mary are on, but we have been making strides as far as the correctional officers training. I know there was some training that was in the first part of January that we missed a few times. There were reasons for those. We've rescheduled those. We're working those with between the jail health budget team and the correctional officers directly to get that going. We're in the process of putting a case manager up in the jail to help facilitate some of this stuff on site versus, needing correctional officers to move or do something different. So we are taking some steps to make sure that all of those available funding resources, especially from a revenue perspective, are being realized.
Okay, thank you.
From a strictly numbers perspective, the balance of whatever doesn't come in from any new revenue sources that we have recently identified will be offset by health realignment transfer in. That's how that budget was balanced initially. And that the transfer of health realignment dollars doesn't typically happen until the end of the fiscal year, after the health department is able to work with the departments that they fund and make sure that they've got expenditures to support the contribution, and that they didn't have any unanticipated offsetting revenues that can reduce the need from health realignment dollars. So there's a reconciliation process that happens at the end of the fiscal year. So for example, within the jail health budget, we budgeted, I think it was $550,000 of health realignment money to go over there with no additional revenues. If some of these other revenue streams come to fruition in this fiscal year, then that will reduce our need for health realignment in jail health. And so they won't just transfer the whole 550, they'll transfer 500 if they get an additional 50,000 that wasn't expected. So they wait for that. That's one of the biggest reasons that you're seeing such a low revenue percentage received, but expenditures are tracking it standard for fiscal year.
And if health realignment isn't used there, it can be used elsewhere, which is a benefit.
Correct.
And I mentioned this in my email over the weekend, but my focus on these areas, there's other departments that looked similar in terms of revenue and expenses. But these are general fund that I really wanted to focus in on. And I do know from some level of interaction with Liz and her team that, that there's absolute cycles from the availability of the funding from federal and state programs. And they seem to be always on that. So I just want to make sure.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with, again, that quarterly billing process on when we pull data for mid-year budget review versus when that quarter ended and they're able to generate those bills, get them out to the agency, and then get that revenue received.
Okay.
Rick, to touch on the other two areas that you had, sheriff and jail, their revenues, the data that was pulled does not include the general fund's second quarter contribution to them. So we're seeing their revenues look really low, but that's because the bulk of their revenue streams for both of those comes from a general fund contribution. Well, that journal entry hadn't been processed and posted when I pulled data and presented it, but that has been posted now. So they're trending in the right direction with their revenues received.
So the question that comes to mind is, I get that this is like the 6-month mark when we should be doing the mid-year budget review, but would there be value to waiting like 2 more weeks or 4 more weeks when you're saying, okay, the data just isn't quite posted yet from quarter 2?
In a perfect world, maybe we would have done the first meeting in February, but your senior financial analyst is going to be on an island in the first meeting in February and would not be here to assist in the presentation.
But generally, that would work better.
In concept, I mean, maybe a meeting or 2 later would, but that I know it's a trust us but verify type of deal, but when we can sit there and look at those numbers and we know that these transactions are going to happen, it's just the numbers you're seeing right now aren't reflective of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you're not seeing a bunch of red flags by these things that we're concerned, because we know kind of that rest of the story and it's going to come through. It's just a timing deal.
Fair enough.
So
okay, thanks.
Thank you.
May I speak for a moment? I just want to lend my voice, add my voice to what I believe to be the importance of the Natural Resources Department. I think when we look at our county and we talk about how much of it is owned, by the federal government and the activities that we are engaged in because of that, natural resources is definitely, it's a staple, if you will, to making sure that the county has a voice in the mass expanses of land that surround private. So I just thank you for making sure that we still are trudging forward in hopes of always having funding for that department.
I would have to add to that and say, I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I am reaching the point where I'm worried.
Yeah.
When it's just more money out, pretty soon you say, how long can we sustain? And I'm not willing to have impact, Yeah.
$120,000 is another deputy on patrol.
Yep, exactly.
So we didn't need a motion or anything, but we still need to do public comment
actually-
on this, right?
We do need to do public comment, and I will need a motion for the second part, the
Oh,
budget adjustment.
okay,
for the
thank
risk
you.
management.
Mhm.
insurance
I wasn't sure.
allocation.
Any public comment in the room? On Zoom?
No raised hands.
Would someone like to make a motion?
And the motion is more about the 89,878.
Mhm.
Okay, I make a motion to approve as presented the budget adjustment.
I will second.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Litwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Now you can adjourn this.
You can adjourn the meeting.
So I was gonna ask you, Trent, where do you get the report out from last closed session?
Oh, so that's, I always just kept my own notes, but then you can also check with Leah because she's got to track it and report it in the minutes. But
From
we,
last closed
from the-
session.
it was staff, direction given to staff. But the item here, the item was,
I can read it to you if you want me
okay,
to. The item was Government Code Section 5494.5E, Public Employee Evaluation County Administrative Officer, and the outcome was direction given to staff.
Got it. Do I need to say that, or is that good enough for you to say that?
That is perfect.
Perfect.
whoever it comes
Good
from.
enough. All right, I just didn't know where you
Yeah.
you got all that from.
Yep.
Or any of it.
Adjourn?
Now let's hang out a little more. We're good to go.
We adjourn?
We're,
I have to
no,
say we are
We are
adjourned. You have to use those words, Liam.
You use
we're
your mic.
adjourned.
Can you use your mic, please?
We are adjourned.
Thank you for working.
Let's go ahead and stop it.